Chapter 1146. Let's go. Wolf King shouted. Today, no matter what, they must find Dongqing and get rid of her. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. On the following journey, the two men and one wolf did not delay at all. Even if they encountered towns and villages that were massacred, they did not stop at all. At noon, they finally arrived at the royal city in the land of ruins. However, the originally bustling royal city was dead silent at this moment. Millions of corpses were lying in the city. Blood dyed the land within a radius of hundreds of miles. In the void, a bloody mist filled the air, and the smell of blood was pungent. And the way they died was the same as the people in other places. Their throats were cut. Those pairs of eyes were wide open, full of fear and despair. "You animals, get out of here!" Yanwei roared. There were many people who had died in his hands, but he had never tortured anyone like Dongqing. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. They stood at a commanding height and had a panoramic view of the entire royal city, but except for the corpses on the ground, they did not see anyone else. There was no trace of Dongqing and the man in white. Qin Feiyang looked down at Wolf King and asked, "Are you sure they came to the royal city?" "I'm sure." Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at the royal city and said gloomily, "Then they must be hiding somewhere?" While speaking with a thought, Lu Hong and the others appeared one after another. Looking at the bloody purgatory-like scene in front of them, everyone's face could not help but turn pale. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Find them, even if you turn the land of ruins upside down, find them for me." "Understood." Lu Hong nodded. Everyone immediately scattered in all directions. But suddenly Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait." "What?" Everyone stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. "Dongqing hates me to the bone. If she is really hiding in the dark, she will definitely not let you go. Viper and Dan Wankai stay here, the rest go to the castle." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Lu Hong, Fatso, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other and returned to Qin Feiyang helplessly. Although they all wanted to help, they had no choice. Qin Feiyang was telling the truth. Once they split up and were ambushed by Dongqing, given their cultivation bases, they would be dead for sure. Death was not a big deal. What worried him the most was that Dongqing would use them to threaten Qin Feiyang instead of killing them. In this way, they wouldn't be helping Qin Feiyang, they would be dragging him down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the castle. Then he looked at Yanwei, Dan Wankai and Viper and reminded them, "Be careful." Then he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Battle chi gushed out and condensed into Dongqing's illusory figure. Because Dan Wankai and Viper had been in the castle, they did not know what Dongqing looked like. After remembering Dongqing's appearance, Dan Wankai and Viper and Yanwei turned around and each went in a direction, starting a carpet search. Yanwei did not say anything. A 2-star combat emperor was enough to protect himself. Dan Wankai was now a 1-star combat emperor, so protecting himself was not a problem. As for Viper, although he was still a 9-star combat saint, he had mastered all kinds of perfect occupation and forbidden techniques. It was no exaggeration to say that he had the ability to kill a 1-star combat emperor. So, even if Dongqing hid her cultivation base or mastered a divine art, it would not be a problem to delay for a while. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Wolf King, frowning. "Can you smell them now?" "There is no other way." Wolf King shook his head. This place was full of the smell of blood. Even if Dongqing stood behind it, it would not be able to smell Dongqing. "Let's go look for them too," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Time passed by bit. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King returned to the center of Monarch City. But Yanwei and the other two had not returned yet. They waited quietly. Another hour passed. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the three of them returned one after another. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I didn't find anything." Yanwei shook his head. "Me too," Dan Wankai said. "Same." Viper followed. Wolf King immediately flew into a rage and roared, "I don't believe that they will disappear from the face of the earth." Qin Feiyang glanced at it, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his face was full of surprise as he looked at Wolf King and said, "Did they go to the canyon below?" Wolf King said, "There are storms all around the canyon, how did they go down?" Qin Feiyang thought, since Dongqing dared to cut off the iron chain bridge, it means that she must have something to rely on. Suddenly, a firm light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Let's go to the canyon to take a look." "Feiyang? Why are you here?" However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to leave for the canyon, a strange voice sounded in the sky. Who is it? Yan Wei and the other two immediately looked up, looking extremely vigilant. This voice? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned, and a trace of joy climbed up their faces as they quickly looked up. Immediately, they saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky. The middle-aged man was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, wearing a black robe, and his face was weather-beaten. White hair could be clearly seen on his temples, full of vicissitudes of life. And the most eye-catching thing was between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows. Uncle Ren. Qin Feiyang affectionately called out. That's right. This man was Ren Wushuang's father, Ren Duxing. Swish. Ren Duxing glanced at Yan Wei and the other two, and with a flash, landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, and said with a smile, "Long time no see." Wolf King laughed. "It has been a long time, how is it? Did you miss us?" "Of course." Ren Duxing rubbed Wolf King's head lovingly. "Young master he is?" At this time, Viper and the other two walked over and looked at Ren Duxing suspiciously. "Young master?" Hearing how Viper addressed Qin Feiyang, Ren Duxing was also quite surprised. Qin Feiyang waved at Viper and the other two and smiled. Come, let me introduce you. This is Ren Duxing, a very amazing person." Viper and the other two were stunned, and the curiosity in their eyes was even stronger. They all knew what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Ordinary people could not enter his eyes at all. However, at this moment he actually said that the person in front of them was a very amazing person, and his words were full of respect, which was a bit unbelievable. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's introduction, Ren Duxing smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. "What amazing person, it's not as exaggerated as you said." "Exaggerated? I have never admired anyone in my life except for Uncle Ren," Qin Feiyang said. "The more you say, the more ridiculous it is." Ren Duxing rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you going to introduce them?" Qin Feiyang patted his head and smiled. "Look at my brain, I forgot when I was happy. Uncle Ren, they are all friends I made in Forgotten Continent." "Nice to meet you three." Ren Duxing cupped his hands and smiled. "Nice to meet you." Viper and the other two also cupped their hands and returned the greeting with smiles on their faces. However, what made them so happy was not because they got to know Ren Duxing. It was because when Qin Feiyang introduced them to Ren Duxing, he called them friends. Although it was just a title, they felt very comfortable in their hearts. Because this meant that Qin Feiyang did not treat them as subordinates. After a simple greeting, Ren Duxing frowned and glanced at the corpses in Royal City. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, Uncle Ren knows that you have long had the idea of destroying the ruins, but isn't it too cruel for you to do this?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. "Wait, you don't think that we killed these people, do you?" Wolf King said. "Who else here besides you?" Ren Duxing asked. Faced with Ren Duxing's question, Wolf King was speechless for a moment. Because if it was him, he would also have the same suspicion. After all, they were the only ones here. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Uncle Ren, these people were not killed by us." "No." Ren Duxing frowned and said, "Then who was it?" "Dongqing." Qin Feiyang said. "Dongqing?" Ren Duxing was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Are you talking about the little girl of the Dong family?" "That's her." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How is this possible? Although I left the city a long time ago, I have seen her when she was a child. With my understanding of her, it should be impossible for her to do such a thing." Ren Duxing found it a little hard to accept. People change. In short, now she has lost her mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not show any sign of lying, Ren Duxing's face darkened slightly and asked, "What the hell is going on? Quick, tell me the details." Qin Feiyang nodded. He told her everything that had happened in Iron Bull Town and the ruins. After listening, Ren Duxing sighed incessantly. He shook his head and sighed, "I really didn't expect that the innocent and lively little girl back then would actually turn into such a person. It's really as the saying goes, the affairs of the world are unpredictable." After saying that, Ren Duxing asked again, "What about the old man and Schwanger? Are they all right now?" Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, "The old man also went to the imperial capital. Everything is fine for now." "For now?" Ren Duxing was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and hesitated. Ren Duxing said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about anything, tell me the truth." "All right. Actually, I am the son of the current emperor." Because of me, the old man and my sister were somewhat implicated, but it has been solved now. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, his face full of self-blame. The son of the current emperor? Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, but for some reason not only have I broken away from the relationship of father and son, but also to the point where you die and I die. In short, since I entered the imperial capital, a lot of things have happened and I can't finish it in a short time. Ren Duxing patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, although I don't know what you have experienced all these years, I firmly believe that there is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. I believe it too. Chapter 1147. Ren Duxing smiled and said, so this time you entered the ruins mainly to chase after Dong Qing and the person who impersonated you? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, why did Uncle Ren come to Tortoise City? I also smelled the blood, so I came up to have a look. But I didn't expect that such a cruel thing would happen. Ren Duxing said. He hated evil as if it were his enemy. Yen Wei said, it's the first time I've seen such a cruel person in my life. But I don't know where they are hiding now. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ren Duxing and asked, Uncle Ren, have you been in the canyon below all the time? Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then did you see them enter the canyon? No. Ren Duxing shook his head and said, but with the source of power, I should be able to sense their aura. You can sense it? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and then overjoyed. Wait a moment. Ren Duxing said and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly sense that an obscure force, with Ren Duxing as the center, was spreading in all directions. Time passed breath by breath. About 100 breaths. Ren Duxing opened his eyes and there was a trace of confusion between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Ren Duxing said, I did sense two strange auras in the canyon below, but, speaking of this. Ren Duxing frowned. But what? They looked at him in surprise. Ren Duxing said, it seems that something is blocking my search and I can't sense their location. This. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Wolf King suddenly said, is it because of Dong Qing's sword? It's possible. That sword can even cut through the iron chain bridge. It's definitely not an ordinary sword. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. This was even more troublesome. He had been to the canyon below with Lu Xingchen before, so he knew how big it was. If he couldn't pinpoint Dong Qing's current location, then finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at Ren Duxing and said, Uncle Ren, take us to the canyon. No. Ren Duxing shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. Ren Duxing said, do you still remember that I told you before that the 4 great sacred beasts are sealed below? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I was the one who released the sacred monkey. What I want to talk about is the sacred monkey. In the past, when it was first released, it was only a battle saint, but now, it's already a battle emperor. Ren Duxing said. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not fast at all. That's because it was originally a demigod vicious beast. It was only because it had sealed itself all these years that its cultivation fell to battle saint. And for an existence like it that sealed itself, when it breaks out, it doesn't need to start from scratch. As long as it absorbs enough essence, its cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Ren Duxing said. A demigod beast? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. This was too shocking. Ren Duxing said, the 4 great sacred beasts of the Grand Canyon used to be Mu Tianyang's 4 great sacred beasts. Each of them has unparalleled combat strength and they're not something you can deal with now. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the other 3 great sacred beasts? Ren Duxing said, the other 3 great sacred beasts are the sacred python, sacred eagle, and sacred lion. They're still sealed. Qin Feiyang said, in other words, they're only battle saints now. Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then let's do it this way. Before they wake up, let's get rid of them first. That's what I think too. There's also that sacred monkey. If we don't think of a way to get rid of it now, we'll have no chance when its cultivation gets stronger. Wolf King said. Ren Duxing was stunned and said in surprise, are you confident in getting rid of the sacred monkey? Qin Feiyang asked, what's the sacred monkey's cultivation level now? Ren Duxing shook his head and said, I'm not sure. In short, it's very strong. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sneered, although it's no longer the sacred monkey of the past, I'm no longer the Qin Feiyang of the past. As long as its cultivation hasn't recovered to its peak state, I'm confident in getting rid of it. That's good. These 4 great sacred beasts have always been a big problem for me. In the past, I've thought of getting rid of them while they're sealing themselves, but those 4 great sacred beast emperors are protecting them at all times with countless fierce beasts. Although my strength is getting stronger day by day, they're also getting stronger. I can't find a chance at all. In the end, it's still because my cultivation is too weak and too incompetent. If it weren't for the fact that I've obtained Mu Tianyang's inheritance, I'm afraid I would have died in their hands. Ren Duxing sighed. Qin Feiyang secretly let out a long sigh. Frankly speaking, Ren Duxing suffered more than anyone else in the world, but he was also more noble than anyone else. In order to protect the thousands of creatures in the spiritual state, he had been guarding this place. He couldn't even visit his biological daughter and father. Who could compare to this kind of responsibility and breadth of mind? The Wolf King asked, after we eliminate the 4 great sacred beasts, will you be able to leave the ruins? Yes. After eliminating them, I can destroy the source of power and leave this place. But not only do we have to eliminate the 4 great sacred beasts, but we also have to kill the 4 great sacred beasts guarding them and the other fierce beasts in the Grand Canyon. Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had experienced the 4 great sacred beast emperors and other fierce beasts before, and they were ferocious by nature. If they were allowed to escape, the spiritual state would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. No. Not only the spiritual state, but the 18 counties in the 9 states would probably face a life-and-death catastrophe. This is no small matter. Are you really confident? Ren Duxing asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded heavily. Ren Duxing gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll take you to the Grand Canyon now, but don't alert the sacred monkey first. Let's get rid of the sacred eagle and the others without anyone knowing. No problem. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to Wolf King and Viper, saying, You guys go to the castle first and be prepared for battle at any time. Understood. The 2 men and 1 wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 2 men and 1 wolf to the castle. Then he looked at Ren Duxing and said, We can move now. Ren Duxing took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, Let's go to the sacred lion's nest first. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept up Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei and rushed towards the Grand Canyon. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said, Uncle Ren, there's a question that I can't figure out. Since the sacred monkey has already broken out of the seal, why didn't it help the other 3 sacred beasts break out of the seal? Ren Duxing shook his head. I'm not sure either, maybe it's not the right time. At this time, Yen Wei said again, I also have a question in my heart. Please speak. Ren Duxing said. Yen Wei said, What exactly is the source of power that you're talking about? It's very complicated. I'll explain it to you simply. The storm in the canyon as well as the gravity, all come from the source of power. In other words, the source of power is equivalent to a control mechanism. Ren Duxing laughed. Yen Wei said, So you're saying that if you control the source of power, you can control those storms and gravity? Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. That's strange. Yen Wei frowned. What's strange? Ren Duxing did not understand. Qin Feiyang also looked at him suspiciously. Since you can control those storms and gravity, why don't you just use those storms and gravity to kill them? Even I am afraid of the destructive power of the storm and gravity. It should be very easy to get rid of them. Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang was startled for a moment, then suddenly said, That's right, Uncle Ren, why don't you do that? If I could do that, I would have done it a long time ago. Ren Duxing laughed bitterly. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang and Ren Duxing did not understand. Ren Duxing said, Cultivation. Cultivation? Qin Feiyang and Ren Duxing looked at Ren Duxing suspiciously. If they didn't look, they wouldn't know. However, what scared them wasn't how high Ren Duxing's cultivation was. On the contrary, Ren Duxing's cultivation was lower than they had imagined. He was only a mere 5-star war master. Ren Duxing laughed. Feiyang, are you very disappointed? Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. He remembered that when he saw Ren Duxing in the past, the impression that Ren Duxing gave him was that other than being great, he was also unfathomable. But he didn't expect him to be so weak. Ren Duxing shook his head and laughed. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that you've grown too quickly. If you were still the war emperor, I would still be unfathomable in front of you. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. This was the truth. Let's get back to the main topic. Although I have control of the source of power, due to my cultivation, I am unable to truly control the gravity and storm. I can only travel through the gravity and storm at will. Rin Duxing said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But then he suddenly frowned and said, that's not right. When my sister and I left the ruins, you seemed to have controlled the storm to intercept us. Yes. But that wasn't actually control. I used my battle chi to push those storms in front of you. Rin Duxing laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Yan Wei said, since this source of power is so terrifying, can we not destroy it? That's right. If we can take it away, it will definitely become a great killing weapon. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. You're too greedy. There are some things that we can't get just because we want them. Furthermore, I'm not interested in anything else right now. I just want to leave this place and reunite with Shuang and the old man. Rin Duxing said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, believe me, I will, and it won't be long. Of course I believe you. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you down. Rin Duxing laughed. During the conversation, the three of them had arrived at the top of the canyon. Without a moment's delay, Rin Duxing took Qin Feiyang and the other two and turned into a stream of light, directly entering the storm in the canyon. The storm full of destructive aura whistled around them, but it didn't cause them any harm. How magical. Yan Wei's eyes lit up. Chapter 1148. With Rin Duxing around, there was no danger in the storm. Very smoothly, the three of them passed through the storm and descended into the canyon below. A sea of fire entered their line of sight. Looking around as far as the eye could see, it was all raging flames. This place was like a big furnace, even Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei could feel the burning sensation. It's really an underground world. Yan Wei looked at all this with a dumbfounded expression, feeling as if he was dreaming. That's not right. However, Rin Duxing scanned the sea of fire, his eyes full of surprise. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Rin Duxing said, there were originally many fire dragon lions here, but why can't I see even one now? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and hurriedly lowered his head to look at the sea of fire. He was not unfamiliar with this place because he and Lu Xingqian had been here before. Indeed, as Rin Duxing said, there were many fire dragon lions here. But now, looking around, other than the burning flames, there was not even a ghost. It was dead silent. I have an ominous premonition. Come with me quickly. Rin Duxing's face was as calm as water, turning into a stream of light and rushing forward. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Very quickly, a mountain peak entered the sight of the three. The mountain was not high, about 100 feet, but in the flat sea of fire, it was extremely eye-catching. The mountain peak was crimson red, surrounded by flames. From afar it looked like it was made of magma. Whoosh! Rin Duxing led Qin Feiyang and the other two and landed directly on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was as flat as a mirror, as if it was cut by an axe, and in the middle of the mountain peak, there was a tunnel entrance. Rin Duxing walked quickly to the entrance of the tunnel and said in a deep voice, that Saint Lion is sealed below, but, speaking of which. Rin Duxing raised his head and scanned the mountain peak, the uneasiness on his face growing stronger. But what? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Lion King of the Guardian Sacred Lions usually guards this entrance. But now, not only have the other fire dragon lions disappeared, even the Lion King is gone. I can't help but suspect that something might have happened while I was away, Rin Duxing said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, you mean before you went to Royal City, everything was normal here? Yes. Rin Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he shouted, quickly go down and take a look. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yan Wei swept up the two of them and rushed into the tunnel like lightning. Inside the tunnel, heat waves surged. Not long after, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sweating profusely. But as they went deeper, the heat waves gradually disappeared and were replaced by a trace of coolness. However, gradually, the coolness turned into coldness, and the temperature underground became lower and lower. After going down for an unknown number of meters, the three of them finally arrived in front of an ice cave. Inside the ice cave, cold air lingered, and the cold current was bone-chilling. The three of them stepped into the ice cave and were immediately dumbfounded, only to see that there was nothing in the huge ice cave. But, in the middle of the ice cave, there was a pile of broken ice. Looking at the pile of ice, Rin Duxing's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme and said, sure enough, something happened, the Saint Lion has been unsealed. So the Saint Lion was frozen here. And those broken pieces of ice were the ice that sealed it. It must be Dong Qing. Yan Wei said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Rin Duxing and said, quickly sense if there are any changes in the other areas. Okay. Ren Duxing nodded and closed his eyes. Yen Wei glanced at Ren Duxing, walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice, "How many areas are there here?" "4. Forest, sea of fire, glacier, desert. The fierce beast in the forest is the black stone ape. The fierce beast in the sea of fire is the fire dragon lion. The fierce beast in the glacier is the snow eagle. And the fierce beast in the desert is the flying sand python," Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei was stunned and asked puzzledly, "These fierce beasts are not rare, but why are you all so surprised?" "It's indeed nothing in the Forgotten Continent, but in the Great Qin Empire, it's very rare. Maybe it's because of the battle that year, these fierce beasts went extinct," Qin Feiyang guessed. "Which battle?" Yen Wei was curious. Qin Feiyang said, "The battle between my ancestor and the previous Emperor Mu Tianyang, although I have not seen it with my own eyes, and there are no clear records in the history books, but I can imagine how terrifying the battle between the two gods of war is. Moreover, to overthrow an empire, it's inevitable that people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yen Wei nodded his head in realization. Not good. At this time. Ren Duxing opened his eyes, and his eyebrows were full of worry. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing said, "I can't sense the situation in the canyon now. What is blocking all of this?" "Don't worry. With the storm and gravity, even if Dong Qing wants to take them out of the canyon, it will take a long time. Let's quickly go to other areas." Qin Feiyang comforted. "Okay." Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Yen Wei!" Yen Wei understood and slapped upward. The battle chi was like a dragon, roaring in all directions. With a loud bang, the whole mountain was instantly turned into ashes. Whoosh! The three of them immediately rushed to the next area. There was no one in the glacier. The snow eagles living in the glacier had all disappeared. In the ice cave where the sacred eagle was sealed, there was no trace of the sacred eagle, only a pile of broken ice. Then, they went to the desert again. It was the same here. There was not a single ghost. It was like a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. Qin Feiyang said, "They are not in the three major areas, so they must be in the area of the sacred monkey." "Jungle?" Yen Wei murmured. Sure enough, when the three of them flew to the edge of the desert, they immediately saw groups of beasts gathering in the sky above the jungle. Fire dragon lion, black stone ape, flying sand python, snow eagle. They were all here. They filled the entire void and there were countless of them. As for their strength, there were weak martial masters and strong battle saints. The leaders were the 4 beast emperors. The Monkey King had 5 heads, each as big as a wash basin. 5 pairs of eyes, like copper bells, emitted a terrifying murderous light. The last time I was here, the Monkey King only had 4 heads. Qin Feiyang stood above the edge of the desert and looked at the Monkey King. The 4-headed Monkey King had the cultivation of a battle master, and the 5-headed Monkey King was a battle saint. And he also had a deep impression of this Monkey King. At that time, he and Lu Xingqian almost died in the hands of this Monkey King. He looked at the Sand Python King, Eagle King and Lion King. He was no stranger to these 3 beast emperors. Although they are not strong, if they escape from the ruins and enter the spiritual state, there will definitely be rivers of blood. Yen Wei said. Ren Duxing said, "Yes, we must keep them all." Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he frowned. Although the 4 beast emperors and the beasts of the 4 major regions were here, he didn't find Dong Qing and Lu Xingqian, nor the 4 saint beasts among these beasts. Strange, where did they go? Qin Feiyang murmured. Ren Duxing also quickly noticed this and his face was full of surprise. Gradually, the 3 of them found a very strange situation. They were above the edge of the desert without any concealment, but those beasts didn't seem to notice them, and they were all looking at the opposite cliff, including the 4 beast emperors. What's the situation? The 3 of them looked at each other. One must know. They didn't hide their aura. These beasts should have noticed them before they got close, but why didn't they react at all? They are all looking over there. Is there a deeper meaning? Qin Feiyang followed the gaze of those beasts. However, except for the cliffs, bushes and weeds, he didn't see anything. No. Ren Duxing's eyes suddenly trembled. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing pointed to a place halfway up the mountain and said, "Look over there, isn't there a cave entrance?" Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked over, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. On the cliff, there was indeed a cave entrance. It was dark inside, but the cave entrance was very small, and there was a bush in front of it, so they didn't notice it before. Furthermore, the marks on the cave entrance were new. It was obvious that it had just been excavated. Not good. Suddenly, Rin Duxing's face changed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were shocked. Rin Duxing said, I know where Dong Qing and Lu Xingchen and the 4 Saint Beasts went. Where? The two of them quickly asked. Follow me. Rin Duxing shouted. It's too late to find out now. However, at this moment, the Monkey King and the other Beast Emperors suddenly turned their heads and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two. The other ferocious beasts also looked at the three of them in unison, their eyes filled with ferocity. Rin Duxing's eyes trembled, looking at the 4 Beast Emperors, and said in a deep voice, They really went in? Yes. The source of power has trapped us for so long, of course we have to destroy it before we leave. The Monkey King smiled coldly. What? They want to destroy the source of power? Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly looked at the cave entrance and asked, Uncle Rin, is the source of power not with you? No. Rin Duxing shook his head. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Haven't you already mastered it? Why don't you carry it with you? The Monkey King smiled disdainfully and said, What kind of divine object is the source of power? With his strength, even if he has mastered it, he can't take it away. He can only destroy it. I won't let you succeed. Rin Duxing was furious. Is that so? Now that we are all gathered here, a mouthful of saliva from each of us is enough to drown you. How are you going to fight us? The Monkey King said contemptuously. So what if there are more of us? Yan Wei took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor's aura poured out from his body like a volcanic eruption. The Monkey King grinned and said, I know you're a combat emperor, but it's useless. Clang. Before his voice faded away, a shocking sword chi swept out from the desert below, rolling up yellow sand and slashing toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. Be careful. Yan Wei shouted. He pushed Qin Feiyang and the other two away with a palm and then used the Sky Demon 9 steps. In an instant he took 9 steps. His aura soared to that of a 6-star combat emperor. Chapter 1149. However, not only was the sword chi not destroyed, but Yan Wei's leg and thigh were also torn into pieces by the sword chi. Fresh blood flowed out. That heart-wrenching pain made Yan Wei suck in a breath of cold air. His face also showed a look of panic. The destructive power of this sword chi was several times more terrifying than he had imagined. If this continued, even his body would be torn into pieces by the sword chi. In the nick of time, he hurriedly flashed to the side and dodged the fatal blow. It can't be. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Rin Duxing, who were not far away, were dumbfounded. A 2-star combat emperor's cultivation with the perfect 9 steps of the heavenly demon couldn't block a sword chi? Who exactly was it? So terrifying. You're really lucky. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded from the desert below. Boom. Following closely, a white-clothed woman rushed out from the ground, causing a sandstorm to fill the sky. She landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two. It's you. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. That's right. This person was Dong Qing. He originally thought that Dong Qing had followed the 4 sacred beasts to destroy the source of power. He didn't expect her to be hiding here. Yan Wei consumed a healing pill and a regeneration pill. He stood in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, You two go and stop the 4 sacred beasts. I'll stay here and delay her. You. No. Dong Qing raised her arm and shook her index finger. Her face was full of contempt. In her other hand she was holding a crimson sword, which was extremely sharp. Yan Wei glanced at the red battle sword and said coldly, No matter what level of weapon you have in your hand, don't think of getting past me. You're overestimating yourself. Dong Qing smiled disdainfully and took a step towards Yan Wei. Her red battle sword buzzed and emitted a terrifying sword light. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He took out a rib and threw it to Yan Wei. Don't go all out. Just delay her. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and swept up Rin Duxing before flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Is he really okay? Rin Duxing was bewildered. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang said. Even if there was a problem, they could only let Yan Wei stay. After all, only Yan Wei had the ability to contend with Dong Qing. At the same time, Yan Wei grabbed his ribs and rushed towards Dong Qing without hesitation. In an instant, the rib bone and the red sword collided in the air. Clang. A metallic sound exploded, resounding through the heavens and earth. A destructive aura spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The Monkey King and the other Beast Emperor's pupils shrank. They hurriedly led their subjects and fled without looking back. But even so, many beasts were still affected and died. Their blood splashed across the sky. For a moment, the place was filled with thunderous roars. At the same time, After the collision, Yan Wei and Dong Qing retreated several feet, their faces pale. Dong Qing immediately raised her eyebrows. This rib bone could compete with the battle sword in her hand? Yan Wei also lowered his head to look at his ribs. However, there was only a white mark on his ribs. Suddenly, his confidence skyrocketed. Swish. He looked up at Dong Qing and said, "The real battle begins now." He took the 9 steps of the heavenly demon again. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura pierced through the sky. He was like a god of war descending to the world. Dong Qing looked up at Qin Feiyang and Ren Duxing. Seeing that the two had rushed into the cave, she immediately frowned. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She suddenly withdrew her gaze and stared at Yan Wei. Her cold eyes were like a poisonous snake, making one's scalp tingle. Clang, crack, rumble. A fierce battle began immediately. The two fought in the desert and the jungle. The sky was dark and the earth was dark and the wind was strong. At the same time, using the phantom steps, Qin Feiyang brought Ren Duxing into a dark and gloomy passageway at lightning speed. Ren Duxing said anxiously, "Feiyang, before we get rid of them, we can't let them destroy the source of power." "I understand." Qin Feiyang's eyes were hazy. He asked, "How far is the source of power from here?" Ren Duxing said, "Not far. With your current speed you'll arrive soon." Boom. But as soon as he finished speaking, a deafening sound came from the depths of the passage. The ground suddenly trembled violently. "Oh no, they've already started." Ren Duxing's expression changed. Qin Feiyang was also anxious. Suddenly, a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a thought, Viper and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. He shouted, "Go out immediately and kill all those descendants." As long as they killed those descendants outside, even if the source of power was destroyed by the 4 sacred beasts, it wouldn't affect them much. Understood. Wolf King and Viper looked at each other. Murderous aura immediately surrounded them as they turned and rushed out. Qin Feiyang also led Ren Duxing and continued to fly into the depths. "Little poisonous snake, your brother's blood is already boiling. Don't fight with your brother later." The Wolf King's domineering voice reverberated through the tunnel. "Don't worry, Brother Wolf. I'll support you with all my strength. I guarantee that you'll have fun killing. But don't forget to take care of your little brother in the future." Viper's flattering voice also sounded. "You're quite sensible. Your brother likes it." Wolf King laughed and warned again, "But later, you have to be careful of the winged sand python's venom. Little Qinzi almost died under that venom." "Is that so? Then I'll give it a try." Viper's tone was full of disdain. "Say, who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Is there a need to say?" "It's definitely Dong Qing." "Hee, when Dong Qing kills him, Qin Feiyang will no longer have an expert to protect him. At that time, this emperor will definitely torture him." "Yes. He must pay back the debt he owed in the past 100 times. Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors stood in the distance. Looking at the battle between Dong Qing and Yan Wei, they sneered again and again. They didn't realize that the god of death had arrived. "Haha, ants, your brother is here. Quickly kneel down and worship." Suddenly, a wild laughter resounded through the sky. Wolf King rushed out of the passage like a bolt of lightning. After glancing at Yan Wei and Dong Qing, he rushed toward Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors. Viper followed closely beside him. His skin, long hair, and even his eyes had turned green. He was like an evil spirit with poisonous gas soaring into the sky. Seeing a man and a wolf, Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors' fierce eyes were also filled with an astonishing murderous light. At the same time, in the distance, Dong Qing also looked at Wolf King and Viper. Her face suddenly changed and she angrily shouted, "You idiots, that man is a 9-star battle saint. Why are you still not running?" She also couldn't figure out why Qin Feiyang had so many experts hiding around him. Although a 9-star battle saint was vulnerable in front of her, for Monkey King and the other sacred beasts, it was undoubtedly a disaster. "What? 9-star battle saint?" Hearing Dong Qing's voice, Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors trembled. "Run!" Monkey King roared. The group of beasts gathered at the back were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They covered their heads and fled. "Run!" Viper laughed and used a perfect auxiliary technique. In a few breaths, he was above the group of beasts. Boom! That astonishing poisonous gas poured down like a waterfall. In a flash, a huge poisonous gas boundary was formed and trapped all the beasts inside, including Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors. "It's poisonous." Sand Python King's face changed. Viper glanced at the 4 sacred beast emperors and fixed his eyes on Sand Python King. He said, I heard that even young master was almost killed by your venom. I'm really curious how poisonous your venom is. Then I'll show you. Sand Python King raised his head and roared. A terrifying wave of venom flooded the sky and rushed toward Viper. He had full confidence in his venom. What? Viper didn't dodge and was drowned by the venom. You didn't dodge? You're courting death. Sand Python King sneered. In his view, Viper was already a dead man. But suddenly, Viper raised his arm and wiped the venom on his face. He looked down at Sand Python King contemptuously and shook his head. Your venom is nothing but disgusting. How is this possible? Sand Python King glared. Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King were also in disbelief. They knew better than anyone how terrible the venom of flying sand python was. Even a 9-star battle saint couldn't be unscathed. However, this human was covered in venom but still acted as if nothing had happened. I can't do it. Kill him for me. Sand Python King shook his head crazily and roared. Boom. What? In a flash, all the flying sand pythons in the poisonous gas boundary opened their bloody mouths and spat venom. There were more than 100,000 flying sand pythons here. What kind of scene would it be if they spat venom together? It was hard to imagine. In short, at this moment the void was full of venom. It was like a huge wave that covered the sky and rushed toward Viper. The contempt on Viper's face became stronger. Suddenly, his pores opened and the poisonous gas of the venom was sucked into his body. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts stared at Viper in disbelief. Their eyeballs almost fell out. He actually took the initiative to absorb the poisonous gas of flying sand pythons. Is this guy still human? Comfortable. Then now I'll let you have a taste of my poisonous gas. Viper's face was full of enjoyment. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but his aura had strengthened a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and thousands of strands of poisonous gas fell down. Like gangrene attached to the bones, it drilled into the bodies of those flying sand pythons. Hiss. At this moment, all the winged sand pythons howled in pain in the air. Their bodies were decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 breaths, only white bones were left and fell down. Sand Python King was scared silly. Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King were also trembling in fear. How could a human have such a terrible poison in his body? Whoosh. At this moment, Wolf King entered the poisonous gas boundary. He was now a 3-star battle saint. Naturally, his speed couldn't keep up with the 9-star battle saint Viper. Chapter 1150. Sorry, I killed too many on a whim. Viper smiled embarrassedly and said, but I will leave the Sand Python King to you. It is a big fish. Wolf King looked at the Sand Python King and laughed. It is indeed a big fish. The Sand Python King's eyes turned cold. Such a disdainful attitude was simply a naked humiliation to it. But Wolf King turned a blind eye to the Sand Python King's cold eyes and joked, how can you be so stupid? You want to compete with Viper in terms of poison, aren't you looking for trouble? Bastard. Go to hell. The Sand Python King flew into a rage out of humiliation. Compared to the other winged sand pythons, its body was very small, only about 1 meter long, and its body was covered with yellow scales. Whoosh. At this moment, its body was shining brightly like a bright arrow, carrying monstrous anger, shooting toward Wolf King. Wolf King smiled disdainfully. After all these years, the Sand Python King's cultivation had also broken through, and it was now a 1-star battle saint. But for Wolf King, a 3-star battle saint, it was naturally nothing in his eyes. It stood up like a human and its body expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic wolf appeared out of nowhere, and its holy aura roared in all directions. What? This momentum has surpassed us. The Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King all changed their expressions. A firefly's light wants to compete with the sun and the moon. You are overestimating yourself. Wolf King smiled coldly. He slapped with his claws and even the battle aura was not seen. Accompanied by a painful roar, the Sand Python King was sent flying on the spot. Its body was split into 4 or 5 pieces and blood splashed in the sky. Dead. Theta Wong was dumbfounded. Although the Sand Python King and Wolf King were 2 small realms apart, it should not be killed instantly, right? Run. The Monkey King suddenly roared. For a moment, the herd of beasts was in chaos, and they rushed toward the poisonous gas barrier one after another. However, the poisonous gas barrier was as solid as a rock. No matter how hard it was hit, it did not shake at all. Instead, It was the ferocious beasts that died one after another under the poisonous gas. I'll deal with you the same way you dealt with little Qinzi back then. Despair. Wolf King laughed madly as he slaughtered in all directions. With the poisonous gas barrier in place, the Monkey King and the other beasts had nowhere to run. They could only wait for death and despair. Dong Qing's face sank as she watched the man and wolf slaughtering their way through the crowd. She glared at Yan Wei and said, I admit I've underestimated you. It's good that you know. Yan Wei sneered. But even if you kill them all, it won't affect our plan in the slightest. Plan? Yan Wei's heart trembled as he asked suspiciously, What plans do you have? When you go to hell, the King of Hell will tell you. Dong Qing's arm trembled as the crimson sword in her hand shot out 10,000 rays of sword chi towards Yan Wei. I'm afraid you're the one who's going to hell today. Yan Wei's fighting spirit soared to the sky. He raised his rib and violently smashed it towards the sword chi. Boom. Crack. Suddenly the void in this place twisted and the ground sank. A wave of destructive air rushed out in all directions like a raging wave in the ocean, destroying everything. Whether it was Wolf King's slaughter or Yan Wei's fierce battle, both had reached the climax. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The canyon was shrouded in a tragic atmosphere. Boom. At the same time, the sound of bombardment at the end of the passage was also incessant. The sound of bombardment came from a grotto. The grotto was about 100 feet long. A black crystal was suspended in the middle of the grotto, spewing out wisps of black mist. Around the crystal stood 4 ferocious beasts and a white-robed man. They were crazily bombarding the black crystal. The man in white looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Obviously. He was the man who slaughtered the invincible Black Army in Iron Ox Town. During this period, his Sea of Qi had been repaired, and his cultivation had returned to its peak state. The 4 ferocious beasts were a monkey, a snow eagle, a fire dragon lion, and a winged sand python. Among them, the monkey was the strongest. Its whole body was filled with Emperor's aura. That's right. It was the holy monkey that Qin Feiyang had released. The other 3 fierce beasts were undoubtedly the holy lion, holy eagle, and holy python. Their auras were similar. They were all 6-star battle saints. The man in white said in a deep voice, I can already sense Qin Feiyang's aura. He's rapidly approaching. Everyone, let's work harder. Why are we afraid of him? With my current strength, killing him is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The holy monkey sneered. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python were also full of disdain. Although their current cultivation levels had already fallen to that of a 6-star battle saint, at their peak, which one of them wasn't a false god that struck fear into the hearts of others. Therefore, they looked down on Qin Feiyang from the bottom of their hearts. Is that so? However, before they could finish their words, a cold voice sounded. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang brought Ren Duxing and descended into the grotto. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The holy monkey's eyes suddenly surged with a strong murderous intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at the holy monkey indifferently. Then he glanced at the man in white and the other 3 holy beasts. Finally, he looked at the black crystal and asked, Uncle Ren, is that the source of power? That's right. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. The aura of the black crystal wasn't strong, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He also discovered that the black crystal was exactly the same as the 5-colored crystal in both shape and size. The only difference was their colors. One was black and shiny while the other was colorful. Damned human, hand over your life. The holy monkey was already filled with murderous intent. Now that it saw Qin Feiyang ignoring it, it was instantly enraged. It roared and its aura exploded. It raised its millstone-sized fist and punched towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the holy monkey. This guy's cultivation had actually recovered to that of a 3-star combat emperor. Swish. He grabbed Ren Duxing and dodged to the other side. Boom. The holy monkey punched the stone wall of the grotto, causing the entire grotto to tremble violently. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. It was no exaggeration to say that the holy monkey's punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. However, the grotto only trembled for a moment before sinking. Moreover, the place that was hit by the holy monkey only dropped a little bit of dust. Could it be that this grotto was the same as the God's Island and the Dragon Island, and had been tempered by someone's divine power? The holy beast retracted its fist and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It sneered, the 2-star combat emperor beside you should be held back by Dong Qing. So what? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The holy monkey said, without the protection of the 2-star combat emperor, You still dare to come in. Aren't you courting death? Is that so? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, You, a 3-star combat emperor, may not be able to threaten me. Arrogant. The holy monkey was furious. Its emperor's might was like a waterfall as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. I'm serious. I heard from Uncle Ren that you have recovered to the combat emperor's strength. Actually, I was quite looking forward to it. However, I didn't expect that you would only be a 3-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Dan Wangkai appeared. Boom. Dan Wangkai immediately waved his hand. His emperor's might roared out and collided with the holy monkey's emperor's might. With a loud bang, Dan Wangkai's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After all, Dan Wangkai was only a 1-star combat emperor. In terms of emperor's might, he was definitely not a match for the holy monkey. There's actually a combat emperor hiding beside you. The white-clothed man's pupils contracted. My foundation is not something you can imagine. Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at him. He then looked at Dan Wangkai and said, Can you do it? Dan Wangkai grinned. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, If I can't even deal with a 3-star combat emperor, am I still worthy of being one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes? Qin Feiyang laughed. Dan Wangkai looked at the holy monkey with disdain and said, Little monkey, I heard that you're very powerful. If you have the guts, come out and play with me. Do we still need to go out? Just one punch is enough to kill you. The holy monkey took a step forward with a ferocious might. His fist, which looked as if it was cast from divine iron, contained the power to destroy the world as it punched towards Dan Wangkai. I'm afraid this little bit of power is not enough. Dan Wangkai shook his head and laughed. Boom. Suddenly, a golden domain appeared around his body. When this domain appeared, his aura crazily rose. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the shackles of a 1-star combat emperor and stepped into the 2-star combat emperor realm. However, it was not over yet. His aura was still rising. Boom. Finally, his cultivation forcefully broke through to the 3-star combat emperor realm. What's going on? The white-clothed man, the holy lion, the holy eagle, and the holy python all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. He asked in bewilderment, This wouldn't be your forbidden technique, right? Yes. This is my forbidden technique, the holy light domain. It can increase one's cultivation by 2 small realms. Dan Wangkai said. After saying that, his eyes became dazed. He raised his arm and sent a palm strike towards the holy monkey. Boom. The palm and the fist collided in an instant. The holy monkey was sent flying and crashed into the stone wall behind him. He immediately felt dizzy and saw stars. Strong. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. You still dare to say that you can kill me in an instant? Dan Wangkai looked coldly at the holy monkey. He waved his hand and forcefully pulled the holy monkey into the passage. Human, you have completely angered me. The holy monkey roared angrily. The battle between a human and a beast unfolded in the passage. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed man and the other 3 sacred beasts. He said with a smile, It's our turn now. You are all 6-star battle saints. You won't disappoint me, right? We definitely won't disappoint you. The white-clothed man and the 3 sacred beasts looked at each other and laughed sinisterly at the same time. After saying that, the white-clothed man and the 3 sacred beasts unleashed their sacred aura and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Uncle Ren, don't move. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. His battle aura appeared and formed a barrier to protect Ren Duxing. Immediately after, he took a step forward and activated the Soaring Dragon art. His cultivation instantly soared to the 6-star battle saint realm. How is this possible? The white-clothed man was stunned. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the white-clothed man and sent out a palm strike. His battle aura surged and the palm strike was like thunder. So what if you have the cultivation of a 6-star battle saint? You should know that we have 4 6-star battle saints here. The 3 sacred beasts were at the false god realm at their peak. The white-clothed man roared and furiously attacked Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1151. The 3 sacred beasts came at him from 3 different directions. Qin Feiyang had nowhere to run. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of dodging. He stood firmly in the air and glanced at the 3 sacred beasts. Crimson sword energy surged and 3 sword shadows appeared. They slashed at the 3 sacred beasts with an apocalyptic sharpness. Naive. The 3 sacred beasts sneered. Not only did they not dodge but they also charged at the sword shadows. Clang. The three sword silhouettes slashed at the three beasts in succession. However, what happened next made Qin Feiyang flabbergasted. The sword shadows were invincible. However, when they slashed at the three sacred beasts, they did not cause any damage. They only cut off some of their hair. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and were filled with disbelief. At the same time, the three sacred beasts attacked Qin Feiyang with their various abilities. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. He crashed to the bottom of the cave like a meteorite. His body was in unbearable pain. Although we are only 6-star battle saints, our physical bodies are still in peak condition. With your cultivation, even if you use a perfect battle art, you won't be able to hurt us at all. The sacred lion sneered. That's right. In front of an ant like you, we are like gods. We have immortal bodies. The sacred eagle laughed. Its pair of snow-white sharp claws were like deadly bone claws. They swiped at Qin Feiyang's head. Peak physical body, Qin Feiyang muttered. He stood up abruptly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Chang Shui appeared and slashed at the sacred eagle. Ah! The sacred eagle let out an anguished wail as its pair of sharp claws fell down. How is this possible? He can actually cut off the sacred eagle's claws? The white-robed man, the sacred lion, and the sacred python looked at the howling sacred eagle in the air. Their hearts were in turmoil. That's all there is to it. Qin Feiyang laughed. With the Chang Shui in his hand, he charged at the sacred eagle like a human-shaped dragon. I'll end your life first. Chang Shui was as white as jade and exquisite beyond compare. It was like a masterpiece from the heavens, but its sharpness was bone-piercing. A trace of panic appeared in the holy eagle's eyes. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the white-robed man, the holy python, and the holy lion roared at the same time and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and threw out 3 palms. Golden light burst out from his palms. Return formula. 1 man and 2 beasts were sent flying on the spot. The sacred python and sacred lion were better off. After all, their physical bodies were strong. However, the white-robed man's face turned pale as blood gushed out of his mouth. Qin Feiyang, is this all you've got? He stood awkwardly in the void, staring coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's nothing to be surprised about. After saying that, he took a step forward and continued to attack the sacred eagle. Ha! The man in white raised his head and laughed maniacally. Suddenly, he lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and laughed sinisterly. I'm sorry, but what you see of me is just the tip of the iceberg. Qin Feiyang frowned, stopped in his tracks, and lowered his head to look at the white-robed man. It's time to let you know my true cultivation. The white-robed man licked his lips and his aura soared. 7-star battle saint. 8-star battle saint. 9-star battle saint. In the end, his cultivation had actually forcefully broken through to 1-star battle emperor. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang, wake up. The white-robed man's long hair fluttered in the wind. Like a demon god, he instantly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm on Qin Feiyang's chest. Oh. Qin Feiyang flew out horizontally and slammed into the stone wall. His entire body immediately emitted a heart-wrenching pain. He lowered his head to look at his chest. His chest had already caved in, and his flesh and blood were a mess. Even his heart had been split open. If he had not activated the battle formula, this attack would have killed him. Did you see that? This is true strength. Your cultivation is nothing. The white-robed man laughed as he stepped on Qin Feiyang's face with an arrogant expression. Powerful. Really powerful. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden powerhouses in the spiritual state. I was really ignorant in the past. However, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and a mighty dragon's aura roared out from his body. If you want to kill me with just this little bit of cultivation, then you are gravely mistaken. Emperor Prison. Qin Feiyang roared, and the purple gold dragon soul roared out. Immediately the entire stone cave turned into a prison. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python were all imprisoned here. The white-robed man was also shocked and quickly retreated. He raised his head to look at the purple gold dragon soul, and his eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang slowly stood up, and dragon blood splattered and stained the ground. He swallowed a heart protection pill and coldly stared at the white-robed man. Is a 1-star combat emperor very strong? I will kill you all the same. It doesn't matter. The white-robed man shrugged. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Looking at the white-robed man's calm expression, An inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Because we have been planning for so long, and we have been waiting for this moment. The white-robed man chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a wave of battle aura appeared. However, this battle aura was not directed at Qin Feiyang, but at the purple-gold dragon blood under Qin Feiyang's feet. Qin Feiyang looked down in surprise and saw the battle aura sweep up the purple-gold dragon blood on the ground and immediately rush toward the black crystal. When the purple-gold dragon blood sprinkled on the black crystal instantly emitted a black light. A terrifying aura burst out with a roar. In the end, the purple-gold dragon blood was completely absorbed by the black crystal. In between the black light, there was a dazzling purple-gold divine light. What's going on? Qin Feiyang's face was full of shock and confusion. The next moment he saw something that made Qin Feiyang even more shocked. Clang. Whoosh. The black fog spewed out by the black crystal turned into a black iron chain that cut through the void like lightning and wrapped around the head of the purple-gold dragon soul. Then, the iron chain quickly shrank and pulled the purple-gold dragon soul toward the black crystal. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the black crystal and then looked at the purple-gold dragon soul. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He wanted to disperse the purple-gold dragon soul. However, he was shocked to find that he could not control the purple-gold dragon soul. Immediately, his body and mind trembled. Could this black crystal be the same as Wolf King's innate divine ability, which could deprive living creatures of their fighting souls? No, he shook his head crazily. The purple-gold dragon soul was his greatest reliance. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely. He grabbed Chang Shui and rushed toward the black crystal. He wanted to destroy this strange thing. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the man in white stood in front of Qin Feiyang and pushed with both hands. The battle chi rolled out like a torrent and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Get lost! Qin Feiyang shouted. The return formula appeared again. The golden light was dazzling and collided with the battle chi. Boom! Qin Feiyang was blasted away on the spot and blood spurted out of his mouth. The skin on his arm was torn and the flesh was exposed. The man in white also retreated a few steps and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang. You're really powerful. If it's one-on-one, even if I'm a one-star combat emperor, I'm definitely not your opponent. But now... Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked at the black crystal. His eyes shone brightly. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly looked up and saw the purple-gold dragon soul being dragged into the black crystal by the iron chain. Damn it, Qin Feiyang roared. The purple-gold dragon soul disappeared and was swallowed by the black crystal. The man in white looked back at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Don't worry, your purple-gold dragon soul has not been taken away. Qin Feiyang was surprised and hurriedly looked inside his sea of qi. Sure enough, the purple-gold dragon soul that had disappeared reappeared in his sea of qi. He let out a long breath and looked up at the man in white. What exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? The man in white murmured and then chuckled. The sacred eagle, sacred lion, and sacred python also laughed. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple-gold light shield above the black crystal. But at this moment, the purple-gold light shield was broken. And the moment the purple-gold light shield was broken, the black crystal seemed to have gained freedom and kept spinning in the air. At the same time, a murderous and bloody aura surged out from the black crystal. Under this aura, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the man in white, or the three sacred beasts, there was an indescribable fear in their hearts. Feeling. It was like a demon was awakening. What exactly is it? Qin Feiyang whispered. The man in white looked at the black crystal and said, actually, it's not a source of power. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The man in white said without turning his head, it's called demon crystal. It's a demon comparable to a divine artifact. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. It was not a source of power, but a demon, and it was comparable to a divine artifact? You're surprised, right? The man in white turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, actually, we brought you to the ruins not to kill you, but to let you unlock the seal on this demon crystal. Seal? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. You saw the purple gold light shield that appeared outside the demon crystal just now. That's the seal. The man in white said. Qin Feiyang said, what's going on? Why do I need to unlock the seal? The man in white said, because in today's world only you can unlock it. Only me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. But that's not right. In this world there are two people who can unlock this seal. The first is you and the second is your ancestor. The man in white said. Say it clearly at once. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. It actually involved his ancestor. This matter was definitely not simple. Well, I'll say it directly. The seal on this demon crystal was set by your ancestor. And to unlock this seal there are two necessary factors. The first is the purple gold dragon blood, and the second is the purple gold dragon soul. As long as one of these two is missing, the seal cannot be unlocked. Chapter 1152. Purple gold dragon blood, purple gold dragon soul? That's why you fought with me. On one hand you made me bleed and on the other hand, you forced me to activate the purple gold dragon soul, Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The white-robed man nodded. So this is a trap. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. He looked up at the white-robed man and said, But I don't understand. Why do you want to break the seal of the demon crystal? Because we want the demon crystal. You've seen the power of the storm and gravity, right? They were born because of the demon crystal. It's no exaggeration to say that the demon crystal has enough power to destroy the world. As long as you get it, the destruction of the great Qin Empire will be just around the corner. The white-robed man laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. You're Mu Qinyang's lackey. He should have known that the white-robed man was with the four sacred beasts and must be related to Mu Tianyang. The white-robed man chuckled. Don't make it sound so bad. I'm his subordinate. What's the difference between a subordinate and a lackey? Qin Feiyang sneered. Whatever you say. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the demon crystal is in our hands now. The white-robed man said. In our hands? Qin Feiyang sneered and said sarcastically, You're too naive. The demon crystal is already under Uncle Ren's control. Before Qin Feiyang finished, the white-robed man said, The naive one is not me, it's you. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The white-robed man said, Yes, the demon crystal is indeed under Ren Duxing's control, but he's one of us. The three sacred beasts didn't hide the ridicule in their eyes. What? Qin Feiyang's body quivered. He turned around and looked at Ren Duxing who was standing inside the battle chi barrier as he asked, Uncle Ren, tell me, is this true? Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the battle aura barrier shattered. Then he took a step forward and landed in front of the magic crystal. He raised his arm and spread out his 5 fingers. The magic crystal automatically fell into his palm. He stared at the magic crystal. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person. The benevolence on his face had disappeared and was replaced by greed. Congratulations, my lord. The white-robed man and the 3 saint beasts exchanged glances before prostrating themselves in the air and worshipping Ren Duxing. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. My lord. Qin Feiyang trembled both physically and mentally. Could it be that what the man in white said was true? Ren Duxing was with them? No. Uncle Ren was definitely not that kind of person. He gazed at Ren Duxing's back, his heart filled with apprehension and a trace of anticipation. He was nervous. He was nervous that Ren Duxing would tell him that it was true. At the same time he longed for it. He longed for Ren Duxing to tell him that everything the white-clothed man said was false. For a moment the cave fell into a dead silence. It was unknown how much time had passed. Ren Duxing suddenly waved his hand and the magic crystal disappeared. Then he slowly turned around and lowered his head to look at the white-clothed man and the 3 saint beasts. It's been hard on you all these years. Get up. Whether it was his tone or his expression, they were no longer as gentle as before. They were filled with indifference. Yes. The white-clothed man and the 3 saint beasts got up and stood respectfully behind Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang. As for Qin Feiyang, the moment Ren Duxing spoke, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck his mind. All of this was true. What? He slowly shook his head as if he had lost his soul. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Ren Duxing and did not have many interactions, Ren Duxing's kindness and righteousness had deeply touched him. Therefore, he had always regarded Ren Duxing as a great hero. In addition to his relationship with Ren Wushuang, he also regarded Ren Duxing as a respected elder. Moreover, his character was also deeply influenced by Ren Duxing. In the past, when he was expelled from the capital, he hated the emperor, hated the great Qin Empire, and hated everything. This hatred was almost distorting his humanity. Until he met Ren Duxing. Watching Ren Duxing sacrifice his life for the sake of protecting all living beings in the world, he was incomparably touched. The hatred in his heart also gradually changed. He still hated the emperor as always, but he had gradually let go of everything else. Therefore, although he did not have much contact with Ren Duxing had a great influence on him. However, he did not expect that all of this was fake. The Ren Duxing he once saw was just a carefully concealed hypocritical face. It was not hard to imagine how big of a blow this was to him. Ren Duxing suddenly said, "Actually, I already knew that you are the son of the emperor." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, looked at Ren Duxing gloomily and asked, "How did you know?" Ren Duxing said, "I can sense the power of your bloodline." Qin Feiyang said, "So you have been lying to me using me?" Ren Duxing said indifferently, "You are very smart. If I don't do this, you definitely won't be fooled." "Why? What did my great Qin Empire do to let you become Mu Tianyang's lackey?" Qin Feiyang roared. Ren Duxing shook his head. "You are still too naive. Do you really think that I am Ren Duxing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing said, "This body is indeed Ren Duxing's, but the soul has changed." "What? Could it be that you are?" Qin Feiyang's face changed and a terrifying thought crawled up in his mind. "Yes. I am Mu Tianyang," Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Back then your ancestor could have destroyed both my soul and body. However, due to his so-called benevolence he spared me. He sealed a wisp of my divine sense in the demon crystal and used the power of the demon crystal to suppress all the 4 divine beasts under my command here." Ren Duxing said. "No, now it should be Mu Tianyang." Qin Feiyang shouted, "The ancestor is very benevolent, you should be grateful and not continue to do evil." "Grateful?" Mu Tianyang seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world as he raised his head and laughed. "He destroyed my Tianyang empire, killed my subordinates and almost killed me. You still want me to be grateful to him? Even when he sealed me, he directly told me how to break the seal. Tell me, why did he do that? He's just humiliating me. Do you understand? Haha. Let me tell you, I can't wait to destroy his bones and scatter his ashes." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang stopped laughing, lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and continued, "He sealed me in the demon crystal, thinking that I couldn't escape, but he underestimated me too much. Although I only have a wisp of divine sense left, I am still a war god after all. After several thousand years, I finally tore open a crack in the seal. Although the crack is only as thin as a strand of hair, it is enough for me to escape." Mu Tianyang laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang mocked, "After thousands of years, you only managed to tear a hair-thin crack. What's there to be proud of?" Mu Tianyang was not angry at all and continued, "After escaping, I originally wanted to wake up my former subordinates and leave. But in the end, I found that the power of the demon crystal had actually sealed off the entire canyon. In other words, if I wanted to leave this place, I had to first control the demon crystal. However, although I managed to tear a crack in the seal on the demon crystal with my current ability, I wouldn't be able to destroy the entire seal without hundreds of thousands of years. I began to despair. Because only your ancestor has the purple gold dragon blood and purple gold dragon soul." Until one day Ren Duxing broke into the canyon. A trace of reminiscence appeared in Mu Tianyang's eyes. With Ren Duxing's ability, it was impossible for him to pass through the storm and gravity and come to this canyon alive. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "That's right. At that time I also found it strange. He could actually survive the storm and gravity? Out of curiosity, I secretly observed him and found that there was a red battle sword hidden in his body. It was this battle sword that was protecting him." Mu Tianyang said. "Red battle sword?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Is it the battle sword in Dongqing's hand?" "Yes." When I learned that the battle sword could protect him, I knew that the opportunity had come. I showed up and asked him for help. But he was too stubborn. No matter how I tempted him, he just wouldn't help me. He even threatened to destroy this wisp of my divine sense. Of course I was very angry, so I found an opportunity to enter his sea of consciousness, erase his soul and replace it. This is the so-called possession. As for that battle sword, it naturally belongs to me." Mu Tianyang laughed as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. But Qin Feiyang's eyes turned blood red, and his hands clenched tightly together, full of anger. It turned out, Ren Duxing was indeed a good person. Mu Tianyang joked, "Now, do you want to kill me very much to avenge Ren Duxing?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "That battle sword, where did Ren Duxing get it?" Mu Tianyang said, According to his memory, he got it in a place called the Magic Dragon Mountain Range in He Province. Magic Dragon Mountain Range? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had never heard of this place before and said, "Then since you have already taken over, why didn't you leave?" "I left. But when I went out, I asked around and found that your ancestor had actually disappeared. And after 10,000 years, the Great Qin Empire has become stronger. With my current strength, I don't have the ability to destroy it. So I came back here. On one hand, I kept a low profile, and on the other hand, I continued to think of ways to break the seal. Not only does the magic crystal have the power to destroy the world, but more importantly, it is your ancestors. If I can get it, I will feel a little better." Mu Tianyang laughed. "What? The magic crystal is my ancestors?" Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. "Yes. But now it belongs to me." Mu Tianyang nodded and smiled. Chapter 1153. Later, I used Rin Duxing's blood to seep into the demonic crystal from that crack and dripped it to recognize me as its master. Originally, I thought that after successfully recognizing me as its master, I could take the demonic crystal away. But I was still too naive. If your ancestor's seal was not removed, there was no way to take it away. Just then you appeared. At first, I didn't have much hope, but I didn't expect that you would actually awaken the purple gold dragon soul in the mermaid clan's holy land. When I saw the purple gold dragon soul, I expected that your bloodline power would awaken sooner or later. So when you entered the land of ruins, I used the identity of Ren Duxing to gain your trust. And you were really stupid. You actually didn't suspect me at all." Mu Tianyang shook his head and laughed. "Yes, I was really stupid. Even my own father was not worthy of my trust, and I actually foolishly ran to trust a stranger? I really reaped what I sowed." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed at himself. But suddenly, his eyes trembled. Dripping blood to recognize him as its master? Since the demonic crystal was his ancestor's, then there should be a blood contract with his ancestor. How could Mu Tianyang succeed in recognizing him as its master? Could it be that his ancestor had already passed away? No. His ancestor's strength was exceedingly high. No one could kill him, but how could he explain the blood contract? However, just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he realized a very serious problem. That was the mermaid clan's holy land. He looked at Mu Tianyang in surprise and said, "How did you know that my purple gold dragon soul was awakened in the mermaid clan's holy land?" Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Do you still remember the valley in the Death Desert?" "Valley?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Is it the valley that suddenly disappeared?" "Yes." Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang's heart sank and said, "So, the skeleton at the bottom of the lake was really your skeleton?" "Wrong. It's not a skeleton, it's a god's skeleton." Mu Tianyang smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Whatever you say, I just want to know the truth." "Alright, I'll tell you the truth. At that time you looked at my divine bone and tried everything to take it away. In the end you accidentally cut your finger and some blood flowed out. Your blood has been absorbed by my godly bones. It was at that time that I learned that you were a descendant of Qin Badian. Because I am too familiar with the power of his bloodline." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "You were already awake at that time?" "That's right. At that time, I had already successfully possessed the body. When I sensed the bloodline power coming from the divine bone, I immediately left this place and headed to the desert of death. Originally, when I saw you take away the pill scripture and my 6 ribs, I was quite angry. However, after thinking about it, you actually had the ability to sever my divine bones. You must be extraordinary. Then I followed you in the dark and observed you. So, whether you went to the Merfolk clan or what happened there, I know all about it. Including that little girlfriend of yours." Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly and asked, "Then why didn't you take back your ribs and the pill scripture?" "First, you need to grow and these things can help you grow faster. Second, your tragic background. When I learned about your background and situation, I felt that we could work together. Actually, I was training you," Mu Tianyang said. "Training?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Do you think there is a possibility of us working together?" "Of course there is. My goal is revenge and so is yours. And the target of our revenge is the Great Qin Empire. Why can't we work together? I also believe that as long as the two of us work together, with your ability and my foundation, we will be able to kill our enemies and wash away the shame in less than 10 years. Mu Tianyang said, his eyes full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't expect Mu Tianyang to have such a plan. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, the man in white smiled and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are a smart person. You should know what to choose without us saying more." Qin Feiyang looked at the man in white and said, "Who are you?" The man in white smiled and took a facial restoration pill. His appearance immediately began to change. A familiar face appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. "It's you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. The person in front of him was actually Zhang Jin. He was extremely clear about Zhang Jin's talent and cultivation, but he had already stepped into the War King? Are you surprised? A once mediocre and unknown piece of trash has actually surpassed a peerless monster like you? All of this was bestowed upon me by the Lord. Zhang Jin looked at Mu Tianyang with eyes full of worship. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Now that you have followed him, you have indeed been reborn, but aren't you afraid of being infamy for 10,000 years? Haha. As long as I can destroy the great Qin Empire, I don't care even if I am infamy for 10,000 years." Zhang Jin laughed out loud, his eyes filled with hatred. I saw Zhang Ren's death with my own eyes. I admit that the sacred temple has let you down. It's understandable that you hate all of this. However, you shouldn't have forced this hatred onto those innocent people. You must know that to destroy the great Qin Empire, it's not enough to just kill the emperor. It will also implicate countless living beings. At that time it will definitely be a disaster and blood will flow like a river. Qin Feiyang sighed. Zhang Jin said, "Then I would like to ask you, don't you hate it?" Qin Feiyang nodded, "I hate it, but I will not be Mu Tianyang's lackey and help him do those evil things. I will use my own ability to wash away the shame." You have talent and potential. No matter where you go, there will be people helping you. Of course you dare to say such things. But me? I have nothing, so I can only choose this path. I won't regret it. An empire without fairness, justice should be destroyed, Zhang Jin said. Is there fairness, justice in the Heavenly Sun Empire? If there is, my ancestor wouldn't have overthrown the Heavenly Sun Empire. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Zhang Jin shook his head. I don't know what the Heavenly Sun Empire is like. I only know what I should do now. You're being stubborn. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. You are the one who is stubborn. Look at you. You were originally a genius, but what happened in the end? Your cultivation was crippled, you were expelled from the imperial capital, and you even implicated your mother. Yet, you still continue to protect the great Qin Empire. Are you a fool? Zhang Jin sneered. Qin Feiyang fell silent. After a long time he said, one cannot forget one's roots. Chapter 1154. Lord, let's get rid of him. This kid's potential is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will become our biggest obstacle in the future. Yes, let's take this opportunity to kill him in the cradle. The Holy Eagle, Holy Lion, and Holy Python didn't hide their killing intent towards Qin Feiyang. Mu Tianyang glanced at Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts before looking at Qin Feiyang. Are you really unwilling to cooperate? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Seeing Qin Feiyang shake his head, Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang with killing intent surging in their eyes. Mu Tianyang waved his hand at them and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of time in the future. I believe you will figure it out sooner or later. Lord. Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts were anxious. If they didn't get rid of Qin Feiyang now, it would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. Mu Tianyang's face turned cold as he said expressionlessly, say no more. I have already made up my mind. In addition, no one is allowed to harm him without my orders. Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts looked at each other and could only lower their heads helplessly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang with a gloomy expression. Now that the Devil Crystal Seal was broken, Mu Tianyang was free, and he had lost his value. So why didn't Mu Tianyang kill him? Do you really not understand what I mean? Mu Tianyang asked. Qin Feiyang frowned. But suddenly his eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, I understand. To you, destroying the great Qin Empire no longer brings you much joy. What you need to do is to let me help you destroy the great Qin Empire. Yes. If I do it myself first, I don't have the ability to do so. After all, my cultivation hasn't recovered to its peak. Second, it's too boring. The great Qin Empire is Qin Baishan's blood, sweat, and tears. If I were to destroy it, I would only feel happy because we are enemies. But you are different. You are his descendant. Think about it. If he were to find out that the great Qin Empire that he personally founded was destroyed by his own descendants in the end, How would he react? He'll probably jump out of his coffin in anger. Mu Tianyang teased. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said word by word, "This kind of thing will never happen. I also believe that the ancestor is still alive and will come back sooner or later." Don't speak so soon. Mu Tianyang shook his head with a smile and said, "All right, I still have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. Let's go." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and flashed towards the passageway. Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts glanced at Qin Feiyang and followed after him. "Wait." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Is there anything else?" Mu Tianyang stopped and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Since you have already escaped, why didn't your consciousness return to your body and still occupy Ren Duxing's body?" "Because I want to become stronger." Mu Tianyang whispered, his eyes shining brightly, and then he left without looking back. Qin Feiyang didn't stop him. Because he couldn't stop it. Dong Qing and Zhang Jin both hid their cultivation, so the cultivation of Mu Tianyang and the three holy beasts was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Moreover, just a wisp of Mu Tianyang's consciousness was not something he could match. A god was a god after all. It was not something a mortal like him could shake. But he was confident that sooner or later he would also take that step. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face changed. He used phantom steps and rushed towards the passageway. Now, Yan Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai were still fighting outside. Mu Tianyang would let him go, but he might not let Yan Wei and the others go. So, he had to rush to the rescue as soon as possible. Bastard. The moment Qin Feiyang rushed out of the passageway, his face suddenly turned pale. Dong Qing and the holy monkey were gone. Mu Tianyang and the others also disappeared. The storm above the canyon was also gone. Only corpses and blood were left on the ground. Wolf King, Yan Wei, Viper, and Dan Wangkai were also lying in a pool of blood, revealing little life fluctuations. Qin Feiyang hurriedly flew over and checked them one by one. Whether it was Wolf King Yan Wei or the other two, their qi was destroyed and there was a bloody hole in their lower abdomen, blood spurting out like a column. Moreover, their sea of consciousness was also broken. If he had come a little later, he would have died. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took them into the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Lu Hong and the others immediately rushed up, their faces full of concern. "Help me take care of them." Putting down Yan Wei and the others, Qin Feiyang said to Lu Hong and the others in a low voice, then walked to the alchemy furnace and opened it to refine pills. The qi and sea of consciousness of Yan Wei and the others were too seriously injured, so serious that even the spirit sea pill and essence soul pill with 5 elixir veins may not be able to repair them. So, he wanted to refine the spirit sea pill and essence soul pill with 7 elixir veins. After a while, 4 spirit sea pills and essence soul pills came out. Lu Hong immediately took the pills and gave them to Yan Wei and the others one by one. Their situation gradually stabilized. Qin Feiyang refined 4 healing pills with 7 elixir veins and gave them to them. Seeing that their injuries had not only stabilized, but were also slowly improving, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Hong wiped the sweat on her forehead, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Mu Tianyang didn't kill them, but only seriously injured them, which shows that he cares about you." Qin Feiyang sneered, "That's because I'm valuable. If I wasn't, I'm afraid I would have been smashed to pieces." "Then what are you going to do next?" "Mu Tianyang is now really out of trouble, and he has the magic crystal in his hand. This is not a small matter. Should we inform the people in the capital?" Lu Hong's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Do you think they will believe me?" "Whether they believe it or not is their business, we just have to have a clear conscience. Besides, we are not doing this for them but for the billions of people in the Great Qin Empire. Are you able to watch as they die miserably at Mu Tianyang's hands?" Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang looked at her and nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Whoosh. After that, he left the castle alone and stood above the canyon, scanning the sea of corpses below. The Blackstone Ape, Fire Dragon, Lion, Winged Sand Python, and Snow Eagle were all killed by the Wolf King and Viper. The corpses of the Monkey King and the other Beast Kings were also there. It was like a scene from hell, making one's scalp tingle. "I can't accept it," Qin Feiyang whispered. He had suffered a lot in the past, but it was the first time he suffered such a big loss. What he was most unwilling to accept was that from the beginning to the end, he had been living in someone else's scheme. Although the storm in the ruins had disappeared, the dark clouds had not dispersed, and Qin Feiyang's mood was very heavy at the moment. Whoosh. He flew into the sky and directly flew out of the canyon, standing above the iron chain bridge and looking in all directions. Gravity had also disappeared. However, this place was already devoid of life. It had become a true land of death. Where will he go? At this moment, Qin Feiyang had no clue. Before leaving, Mu Tianyang said that he had business to do, and this so-called business was definitely not a small matter. But Mu Tianyang was too unpredictable and he really couldn't figure it out. I'll go to the capital first. Chapter 1156. Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as soon as he appeared. There was a huge crater in the sea of flowers below. At the bottom of the crater, a muscular man in golden armor was lying, covered in blood. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside the muscular man in golden armor. He bent down and reached out to feel the man's pulse. The muscular man in golden armor was dead. Judging from the wounds on his body, he died not long ago. Who did this? Qin Feiyang murmured as he stood up and looked at the muscular man in golden armor. He was very familiar with the armor on the muscular man in golden armor. It was the uniform of the commander of the Invincible Black Army. This meant that this man should be the new commander of the Invincible Black Army. But how did he die here? As the commander of the Invincible Black Army, he should be quite powerful. Who in the spiritual state had the ability to kill him? Could it be, suddenly? Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes trembled slightly, and he quickly turned into a stream of light and flew toward a forest. The entrance to the secret chamber was here. Qin Feiyang was familiar with the place and quickly entered the secret chamber. There was no one in the secret chamber. He stood in front of the altar, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his battle aura gushed out and flowed into the teleportation altar. But a moment later, the teleportation altar was activated and emitted a bright bloody light. Qin Feiyang stepped into the portal. The next moment he appeared above an ice lake. That's right. He came to the Forgotten Continent again. He suspected that the person who killed the muscular man in golden armor was Mu Tianyang. He originally wanted to go to the imperial capital, but he was worried that Mu Tianyang would come to the Forgotten Continent. Mu Tianyang admitted that he couldn't shake the Great Qin Empire with his current strength. Therefore he thought that Mu Tianyang wouldn't enter the imperial capital rashly. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang dove down, and with a cracking sound the ice on the lake broke and he plunged into the lake. At the same time, at the peak of a giant mountain in the central divine kingdom, a purple-clothed youth sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes glowing with a hazy luster. Suddenly, in his bright eyes, a glacier and snowy land appeared. A young man in a white robe was entering an ice lake below. This white-clothed youth was none other than Qin Feiyang. The scene in the purple-clothed young man's eyes froze at this moment. You're finally back. The moment the image froze, the purple-clothed young man suddenly stood up, a bone-piercing cold light shooting out from his eyes. Immediately after, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. Ice Lake. A huge snow python was lying at the bottom of the lake, taking a nap with its eyes closed. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in front of the snow python's head. With respect in his eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior." The snow python slowly opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. It asked suspiciously, "Why are you here again?" Qin Feiyang said, "Junior came to ask. Before Junior came, did anyone else enter the Forgotten Continent?" No. The snow python shook its head and asked in confusion, "Why do you ask?" No. Qin Feiyang frowned. From the snow python's attitude towards him before, the snow python shouldn't lie to him. But other than the Forgotten Continent, where would Mu Tianyang go? Could it be that he really went to the imperial capital? Or could it be that he had guessed wrongly from the beginning? The person who killed the golden-armored man wasn't Mu Tianyang at all? The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Did you encounter some trouble?" Qin Feiyang said, "I wonder if Senior has heard of Mu Tianyang?" Mu Tianyang. The snow python's pupils constricted, and it nodded. "The emperor of the Tianyang Empire, of course I know." "He's back," Qin Feiyang said word by word. "What?" The snow python's expression suddenly changed. "Qin Feiyang, I know you're down there, get out quickly." At this moment, an angry shout sounded from above. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the snow python. "Senior, I'm sorry, I'm going to meet an old friend." The snow python nodded absent-mindedly as if it was thinking about something. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang broke through the waves and flew out of the ice lake. He saw a familiar figure standing in the void above. Who else could it be but Mu Qin? When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, Mu Qin clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. He couldn't wait to tear out Qin Feiyang's tendons, peel off his skin and crush his bones into ashes. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and then looked around. Mu Qing said, "Don't look around, I haven't had time to inform father and the others." "You dare to come to me alone?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Why not? I don't believe that you dare to kill me," Mu Qing retorted sarcastically. Before his voice died away, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Mu Qing in an instant. He grabbed Mu Qing's neck and sneered, "Who gave you the confidence?" However, Mu Qing was not afraid. Instead, he asked with a mocking expression, "Mu Tianyang is back, right?" "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Mu Qing said, "Although I'm not in the Great Qin Empire, I can sense everything about Mu Tianyang." "You can sense it?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing said, "Haven't you always wanted to know the origin of the Mu family? Now I'll tell you, the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang." Sure enough, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He had thought of this a long time ago. However, he did not dare to make a conclusion because he could not find any conclusive evidence. "I know where my ancestor is now and what he's going to do next. If you kill me now, no one will tell you this. At that time, you'll be like a headless fly running around the world without any harvest. Don't think of using the slave seal to control me. I'm not Yen Wei and the rest. Threats and promises won't work on me at all." Mu Qing sneered. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Indeed, if it was someone else, he had many ways to make the other party speak the truth. However, he was not confident about Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang said, "What do you want?" "Divine crystals. And the space-time gate," Mu Qing said in a deep voice. "Space-time gate?" Qin Feiyang frowned. What did he mean? Wasn't the space-time gate in the hands of the Mu family? Why did he ask him for it now? Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, the anger in Mu Qing's heart could not be suppressed. He shouted, "Don't play dumb with me." Qin Feiyang said, "Why should I play dumb? Tell me clearly." Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "Do you remember that day when you escaped from the inland sea and wanted to return to the Great Qin Empire? My ancestor chased you here." "I remember." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It was at that time that the space-time gate in my ancestor's hands was snatched away by the damned snow python under the ice lake. You were there at that time and you still say that you don't know?" Mu Qing roared through voice transmission. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such a thing? This did exist, but because it happened after he left, he only knew about it now. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it the real space-time gate?" "What do you think?" Mu Qing said angrily. If it was just the fake space-time gate, he would not be so anxious. "Ah," Qin Feiyang laughed. This was really something to be happy about. Seeing Qin Feiyang laughing at his misfortune, Mu Qing's face became more and more ugly. "Don't think about the space-time gate, because I don't have the ability to get it back from her. As for the divine crystal, it's not in my hands now. If you have the ability, go and ask the mysterious madam for it," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Mu Qing shouted, "All of this happened because of you. Shouldn't you be responsible?" "Responsible? Are you kidding me?" Qin Feiyang's face turned red. Wasn't this too funny? Such a smart and capable person actually said such a childish thing at this moment? It could also be seen how helpless Mu Qing was now. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he asked, "Did you just come from the Central Divine Kingdom?" Mu Qing nodded instinctively. But as soon as he nodded, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, "What do you want to do?" The space-time gate was stolen. Everyone in the Mu family must be very sad, right? So, the fake space-time gate on you can't be kept, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing's eyelids twitched and he said in a deep voice, "Why? Haven't you heard of the saying that seeing an object hurts the feelings? Seeing the fake space-time gate, you will definitely remember the real space-time gate. So why don't you give it to me? I promise you that I will cherish it." Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and snatched Mu Qing's Chengkuan bag. Taking advantage of people's difficulties. Shameless, despicable, despicable. Mu Qing cursed angrily. "I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then he sank his mind into the Chengkuan bag, but he didn't find the space-time gate inside. He frowned and looked at Mu Qing's lower abdomen. Although the fake space-time gate was only a divine artifact in terms of practicality, it was not inferior to some divine artifacts. Such an important thing should be in Mu Qing's Sea of Qi. Looking at Qin Feiyang's fiery eyes, Mu Qing panicked. But Qin Feiyang didn't show any mercy. His big hand was like a blade, directly tearing the flesh on Mu Qing's lower abdomen. He reached into his sea of chi and grabbed the fake space-time gate. I won't let you have your way even if I die. Mu Qing was desperate and wanted to destroy the space-time gate. But would Qin Feiyang give him the chance? Obviously not. Battle chi surged in his palm, instantly erasing the blood contract in the space-time gate. Then he quickly dripped his blood to make it recognize him as its master. After successfully recognizing him as its master, Qin Feiyang sized up the space-time gate. Then he looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, "You sent me a treasure from afar. How do you think I should thank you?" These words were too sarcastic and infuriating. Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Don't be like this. I'll definitely repay you well. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Mu Qing to the ancient castle. He was worried that he couldn't find a bargaining chip to fight against the Mu family. He didn't expect Mu Qing to deliver himself to his doorstep. In the past, he didn't do anything to Mu Qing because he had a lot of concerns, so he had to think twice before he acted. But now he had done what he promised the mysterious madam. The main tower had completely fallen out with her. What else did he have to worry about? Nothing. Chapter 1157. After putting away the space-time gate, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. But, after a while, a familiar face appeared. It was Wang Zicheng. Yes, Wang Zicheng was about to bow. Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped him. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng looked suspicious. Wait a minute. After saying this, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and entered the ancient castle. Immediately he saw Mu Qing lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Her entire body was stained with blood. Fatso was wantonly torturing him. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Mu Qing immediately roared, "Qin Feiyang, you let them do this to me. Aren't you afraid that after I escape, I will find someone to kill all of you? If you really had the ability, we wouldn't have escaped from the inland sea. Besides, now that you have fallen into our hands, do you still want to escape? Are you dreaming?" Fatso said disdainfully. Mu Qing roared, "That's because you are lucky. Good luck won't follow you all your life." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said lightly, "Okay, knock him out." Okay. Fatso nodded and slapped Mu Qing on the back of his head. Mu Qing fainted on the spot. Qin Feiyang sent a message to Wang Zicheng again. So far, except for the mysterious lady and the other two, no one knew about his relationship with the 10 heroes of Qinghai. So now he couldn't let Mu Qing hear his conversation with Wang Zicheng, because it was related to the lives of Wang Zicheng and others. If Mu Qing really escaped, he would definitely find ways to take revenge on him. Then Wang Zicheng and others would be doomed. Greetings, young master. After Wang Zicheng's virtual image appeared, he glanced at Fatso and others, and then reluctantly bowed to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't care. He asked with a smile, "How are you recently?" "It's all right." Wang Zicheng nodded and asked, "What about you?" "It's all right." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wang Zicheng continued, "Right, there's something that the black monkey and I can't decide on, so we need to ask for your opinion. Speak." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Zicheng said, "Some time ago Gongsun Bei came to Qinghai to find us." Before Wang Zicheng could finish, Fatso frowned and asked, "Why is he looking for you?" Wang Zicheng said, "He wants us to join the main pagoda and become its disciples." What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What the main tower values is nothing more than our talent and potential. They want to recruit us for their own use. To be precise, he wants to nurture us so that we can fight against you. After all, in the younger generation of the Forgotten Continent, there is no one who can compete with you. Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Then what do you think? Aren't you the one who calls the shots now? What else do we dare to think?" Wang Zicheng pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then lowered his head and pondered. After a while, his eyes flashed and he looked up at Wang Zicheng and said, "I agree that you all should join the main tower." What? Fatso and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "They want to help me nurture talents, of course I'm happy to do so." Understood. The Qinghai 10 heroes are all our people. The main tower nurtures them, which is the same as helping us nurture them. Boss, you're really treacherous. Fatso said with a sinister smile. Treacherous indeed. Wang Zicheng also had a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Wang Zicheng, saying, "Since we're going to put on a show, let's go all the way. From now on, you have to treat me as an enemy." Got it. Wang Zicheng nodded. Also about Dan Wangkai and Viper, if Gong Sun Bei asks about them, just say that they're missing. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Wang Zicheng nodded and asked, is there anything else? No, you all have to be careful. Qin Feiyang exhorted and then turned off the image crystal. Fatso looked at Yen Wei and the others lying on the side and said in a deep voice, Boss, we can't be so passive anymore. Never again. Mu Tianyang, the Mu family, the main tower, the Great Qin Empire, this is a game. And from this moment on, I'm no longer a chess piece. I'm going to become a chess player in this game. Although I don't have the ability to compete with them now, sooner or later, I'll make them all surrender at my feet and tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes emitted an aggressive light. Fatso and the others looked at each other and remained silent. However, those incomparably resolute gazes represented their undying hearts. Qin Feiyang looked at Yen Wei and the others and Wolf King and said to Lu Hong, take care of them. When they wake up, inform me immediately. Lu Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, I must know Mu Qianyang's next plan, so no matter what method you use, you have to make Mu Qing speak for me. Understood. Fatso smiled coldly. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang flashed and left the castle. He found the snow python again and said, Senior, how much do you know about Mu Tianyang? More or less, I know a little about it. But regarding his matters, don't look for me. Because as long as he doesn't enter the Forgotten Continent, I won't ask. The snow python said lightly. Understood, Junior will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted. Then he opened the secret door. The snow python frowned and said, You're leaving just like that? Qin Feiyang looked at her puzzled. The snow python said, Leave the Mu family's boy here. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The snow python said, Last time when I wasn't paying attention, you took away Yen Wei and I didn't pursue it. Now you want to take away the Mu family's boy, do you think I'm really easy to talk to? No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and again. Let me tell you, this time there is no discussion. If you don't hand him over, don't think about going back. The snow python released its aura, shook off Qin Feiyang, and then closed the secret door with a bang, and then used its huge body to block the door. This time Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the snow python's attitude, he really didn't know what to do. Senior, this Mu Qing is very useful to Junior, can you be merciful and make an exception? After thinking for a while, he could only think of this method, coaxing and pestering. No. The snow python shook its head. Qin Feiyang helplessly said, Then what do you want me to do? The snow python angrily said, You still want to bribe me, don't you understand my words? Qin Feiyang smiled. The snow python frowned, Look at you, today you must take him away? In front of you, Junior doesn't dare to say this. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and said with a smile, looking silly. Okay. Don't put on an act. You can take him away, but leave your purple gold dragon blood. The snow python impatiently said. Purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said happily, No problem, it's a small matter. Then he waved his hand and a battle chi boundary appeared, separating the lake water, and then he cut his finger. The snow python playfully said, I want more than one drop. You can have as much as you want. Qin Feiyang waved his hand indifferently. He had a forthright look on his face. Anyway, he had plenty of purple gold dragon blood in his body. Don't regret it. The snow python laughed and a light flashed in front of it, and a crystal clear jade appeared. The jade was about the size of a bucket, and there was no flaw on it, as if it was made by nature. Seeing this jade, Qin Feiyang's eyes almost popped out. The snow python said, Fill it up. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded and stammered, Senior, are you sure you're not joking? The snow python said, Do I look like I'm joking? But it's too big. Even if I drain all my blood, it won't be enough. Qin Feiyang put on a long face, feeling extremely wronged. The snow python said with a smile, It's okay, take your time. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Qin Feiyang cried. However, he had to take Mu Qing away. After all, the snow python in front of him was an existence that could even suppress a fake god. He gritted his teeth, took out the Chang Shui and cut his wrist. The purple gold dragon blood immediately surged out. But in less than a tenth of it, he began to feel dizzy. He had no choice but to heal the wound on his wrist and enter the castle to refine the blood coagulation pill. Like the life blood pill, the blood coagulation pill could quickly restore the lost blood. And the effect of the blood coagulation pill was better than that of the life blood pill. In addition, it had 7 elixir veins. In less than an hour, Qin Feiyang's lost blood was restored. Time flew. When it was dark, the jade ware in front of him was finally full. Qin Feiyang healed his wound and looked at the big bucket full of purple gold dragon blood. He couldn't help but feel pained. Then he looked up at the snow python and said, "Is this enough?" "Yes, let's go." The snow python didn't make things difficult for Qin Feiyang anymore. It simply let Qin Feiyang go. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Can I ask, what do you want my blood for?" The snow python frowned. Qin Feiyang shrank his neck and left sensibly. After a while, Qin Feiyang once again arrived in the sky above the Butterfly Valley. He took a blood coagulation pill and looked around. Night fell and cold air filled the air. This place was quiet. Looking at the dim mountains and rivers, Qin Feiyang's eyes were confused. But, after an unknown period of time, the image crystal in his arms rang. When Qin Feiyang took it out, Lu Hong's shadow appeared and said, "Awake." Qin Feiyang was refreshed and entered the castle. Yan Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai had all woken up. At this moment they were leaning against the wall weakly. Qin Feiyang asked, "When Mu Tianyang left, did he say anything to you?" Yan Wei shook his head. Mu Qin, who was beaten black and blue by Fatso, sneered, "If I don't say it, you'll never guess." "Shut up." Fatso slapped Mu Qin, and another bloody palm print appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang turned to Mu Qin and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Fatso and asked, "He still won't say it?" "Fat Lord has tried everything, but this guy just won't say anything. Fat Lord is almost at his wit's end." Chapter 1158. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold, his hands forming a seal in front of his chest, and an enslavement seal quickly appeared. Whoosh! Following closely. The enslavement seal entered Mu Qing's sea of consciousness. Ah! The intense pain caused Mu Qing to howl miserably. When the pain disappeared, Mu Qing's face was slightly sinister, and he looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly saying, "I've already told you this is useless to me. I don't expect you to tell me now." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and then left the ancient castle with Wolf King, appearing beside the golden armored man's corpse. Qin Feiyang said, "Smell it, do you have the aura of Mu Tianyang and the others?" Wolf King lowered his head and sniffed carefully. A moment later, its eyes lit up as it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Although a long time has passed and the smell has almost dissipated, I can still smell the smell of that damn monkey." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said, "So they really did it. What do we do now?" Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyang said, "They didn't go to the Forgotten Continent, so they should have gone to the imperial capital." "Impossible. The spirit pagoda is overseen by old man Qin. With Mu Tianyang's current strength, running there is simply courting death," Wolf King said. "But don't forget, Mu Tianyang used to be a war god who could contend against the ancestor. Even if his cultivation is not as good as before, his methods are still not something we can imagine," Qin Feiyang said. "So?" Wolf King asked. "I know what you're worried about. If we go to the imperial capital, it's equivalent to walking into a trap. But if they really went to the imperial capital, then the imperial capital must be in chaos now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Wolf King pondered for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense, then let's go to the imperial capital to take a look. Before we go, we still have to make some preparations." Qin Feiyang glanced at the golden armored man in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up, bringing Yan Wei out of the ancient castle. "What's the matter?" Yan Wei looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Disguise yourself as him." Yan Wei glanced at him and instantly understood Qin Feiyang's goal. "This is very simple, but there is a problem." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Before we came here he was already dead. We don't even know his cultivation level. But the people in the Emperor Palace would definitely know. What if my cultivation doesn't match his? Wouldn't I be exposed?" Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded and muttered, "The Black Iron Army is not as good as the Kirin Army, so whether it's the commander or the deputy commander, their cultivation is not very high." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, looked at Qin Feiyang, Yan Wei and Wolf King and said, "You guys wait for me here, I'm going to find someone." Oh. One man and one wolf were suspicious. Wang Hong. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened the portal and walked in. Whether it was the prefecture city or the mansion master's mansion, Qin Feiyang was very familiar with them. He also guessed where Wang Hong might live. Night. The waning moon hung in the sky, and the cold stars flickered. A loft was located beside a pond and there was no one around. Only a weak candlelight came from a window, making it look very cold and lonely. Through the window one could vaguely see a figure sitting inside. This was the old man's former residence. And now the old man had resigned and gone to the imperial capital, so it naturally belonged to Wang Hong. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the loft, looked around and raised his head to look at the figure in the window. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward and walked to the window. When he opened the window, a familiar figure immediately entered his sight. Who else could it be but Wang Hong? He saw Wang Hong sitting in front of the coffee table, rubbing his forehead with a worried and distressed expression. Hearing the sound of the window opening, Wang Hong also looked up suspiciously. When he saw that it was actually Qin Feiyang, his expression changed drastically. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the room. Wang Hong immediately got up and stood in front of the window, looking outside vigilantly. Then he closed the window and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Did anyone notice that you're here?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's good." Wang Hong heaved a sigh of relief, pointed to the coffee table next to him and said with a smile, "Sit down." Qin Feiyang nodded, walked to the coffee table and sat opposite Wang Hong. Wang Hong asked with concern, "Where have you been all this time?" Qin Feiyang said, "Iron Bull Town." Wang Hong suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Compared to the imperial capital, Iron Bull Town gave you a sense of belonging, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Hong asked, "Then why did you come to me now?" Qin Feiyang said, "I came to ask you if you know the cultivation of the muscular man in golden armor?" "The muscular man in golden armor?" Wang Hong was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "The new commander of the invincible Black Army." "Oh, him." Wang Hong nodded and said in a deep voice, "He's very powerful. I heard from a few soldiers of the invincible Black Army that he's a 2-star combat emperor." "A 2-star combat emperor?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Isn't he the same as Yen Wei? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Why are you asking about this? Are you going to attack him?" Wang Hong was surprised. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I don't need to do anything. He's already dead." "What?" Wang Hong suddenly stood up and said in shock, "Who did it?" "A very terrifying person." Qin Feiyang didn't say it clearly, because the news of Mu Qianyang's return was too shocking. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. Wang Hong's pupils contracted. Although Qin Feiyang didn't say it clearly, he knew Qin Feiyang very well. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter Qin Feiyang's eyes. Therefore, if Qin Feiyang said the word, terrifying, then the person must be extraordinarily terrifying. Of course, he could also see that Qin Feiyang was deliberately hiding it from him. Therefore, he didn't ask too much and didn't ask about Qin Feiyang's future plans. He only reminded Qin Feiyang to be careful. As for Wang Hong's concern for him, Qin Feiyang also remembered it in his heart. After he stood up and bowed, he prepared to leave. Crack. Right at this moment, accompanied by a loud noise, the window was instantly destroyed. 2 black figures appeared in front of the window. Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong were shocked. They immediately looked at the 2 figures and their expressions changed. The 2 figures were wearing the armor of the invincible Black Army. They had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Their bodies were burly and their eyes were extremely sharp. Their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. What's going on? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. I don't know either. Wang Hong shook his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. The 2 burly men glanced at Wang Hong and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Boom. Without saying a word, their aura exploded and they slammed their palms in the air. 2 waves of battle chi rolled out and turned into a huge wave that rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the attic was torn apart and dust filled the air. 5-star battle saints. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. He pushed Wang Hong away with his palm and met the attack head-on. The 2 of them must have heard the conversation between him and Wang Hong. He had to kill them to silence them. Boom. As they neared, Qin Feiyang's body trembled and his aura suddenly soared. That's right. He had activated the Soaring Dragon incantation. In Iron Ox Town, his cultivation had already broken through to a 6-star battle saint. With the help of the Soaring Dragon incantation, he was now a 6-star battle saint. In front of a 6-star battle saint, 2 5-star battle saints would be able to crush him. His eyes were like torches. He punched out and a terrifying force roared in all directions. He wanted to kill them with a single blow and not give them any chance to escape. At this moment, the void shook and the earth trembled. The surging battle chi vanished in an instant. The 2 burly men spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror. None of them expected that in such a short period of time, Qin Feiyang's strength had already reached such a level. Clang. The two of them activated their fighting souls without hesitation. One of their fighting souls was a huge black panther. Its body was covered in black flames and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The other person's fighting soul was a huge axe. It was dozens of feet long and looked as if it was cast from lava. Its entire body was covered in flames and its sharpness was shocking. Feiyang, we can't continue fighting here. The city will be destroyed. Wang Hong's face turned pale. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle between battle saints. What was even more unexpected was that the young and inexperienced fellow from back then had already become so strong. Chapter 1159. Hearing Wang Hong's roar, Qin Feiyang glanced at the trembling ground and raised his eyebrows. Bang! Following this, he waved his hand and his sacred aura swept across the sky, forcefully sweeping up the two burly men and the two battle souls and soaring into the sky. Die! The two burly men exchanged glances and suddenly let out a roar. The two battle souls carried a terrifying ferocious aura as they lunged at Qin Feiyang. You think you can kill me with your minions? Qin Feiyang let out a disdainful laugh and pointed his finger in the air. An invisible force instantly surged out. Ultimate destruction. Clang. The two war souls did not have any power to resist and were instantly annihilated. Too powerful. Every time he comes back from the outside, his strength will increase by a few times. Everyone was right, if this kid doesn't die, he will become a huge threat. The two burly men's eyes trembled and their faces were filled with fear. Huge threat? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said in a domineering manner, You're wrong, I'm not a huge threat to you, I'm a nightmare to all of you, including the Emperor and the Nation Master. Bang. After saying this, he pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force surged like a giant python with its mouth wide open, swallowing the two men. Following two shrill cries of agony, the two burly men died on the spot, their blood splattering across the sky. What's going on? Such a terrifying shockwave. Who's causing trouble in the mansion of the Patriarch? Although the battle was brief, the people of the various districts were startled. Everyone stood in the sky above the city and glanced at the mansion of the Patriarch with the help of the hazy moonlight. Even the people of the various districts were startled, and the guards of the mansion were no exception. They all rushed toward the scene with a murderous aura. Phew. Meanwhile, seeing the two burly men being killed, Wang Hong let out a sigh of relief and yelled, The shockwave from the battle was caused by me sparring with an old friend, so please don't panic, return to your posts and do what you're supposed to do. His voice echoed in the sky above the city like a bell. So it's the Manor Lord sparring with someone? You really gave me a fright. It's fine. Let's disperse. Everyone suddenly understood. In the meantime, Qin Feiyang also withdrew his aura and landed in front of Wang Hong. He cupped his hands and said, It's not good to stay here for long. I'll take my leave first. Yes. Wang Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang opened a portal. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure pounced over. Not only did it shatter the teleportation door, but it also firmly imprisoned Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong in the void. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang and Shi Guang turned pale with fright. Sparring again? When the guards who had already retreated felt this majestic aura, their expressions were filled with helplessness. If you want to spar, you should do it outside the city. You're sparring in the mansion and in the middle of the night. Isn't this torture? They thought that Wang Hong was sparring with his so-called old friend again, so they didn't take it to heart. At this very moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Wang Hong, they were all in a state of nervousness. Although this pressure was real, they couldn't find the owner of the pressure. You're really back. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in a dark place. Da-da. Following closely, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, a middle-aged man in black armor slowly walked out of the darkness. Looking at the middle-aged man, Qin Feiyang felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. The middle-aged man's face was very unfamiliar, but his eyes were extremely familiar. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of hatred and resentment, and asked, Do you know who I am? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly, took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. At the same time, a divine aura emerged from his body. With a loud clang, the middle-aged man's armor shattered, revealing a white robe. Divine aura? It's actually divine aura. Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. He had already guessed the true identity of the person in front of him. At the same time, under the effect of the facial restoration pill, the middle-aged man's figure and appearance were constantly changing. An old man, a familiar face, appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Imperial Tutor. Qin Feiyang's face was pale. He never thought that the Imperial Tutor would be lying in ambush here. Wang Hong secretly said, "Feiyang, believe me, I didn't betray you. Don't worry, I never doubted you." Qin Feiyang comforted him. The Imperial Tutor glanced at Wang Hong, looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Are you very surprised?" Qin Feiyang was silent. Now he couldn't speak either. Because of the Imperial Tutor's pressure, he was firmly imprisoned. Even breathing was difficult, let alone speaking. "A few days ago, when I learned that the invincible Black Army guarding the Butterfly Valley were all killed, the first person I thought of was you. But I wasn't sure, so I disguised myself as an ordinary Invincible Black Army soldier and followed the commander of the Invincible Black Army to the spiritual state to spy on Wang Hong. Although Wang Hong said that he had cut ties with you, I know that he is still loyal to you. If you really came back, you would definitely come to him sooner or later. Just as I expected, you came." The Imperial Tutor laughed. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. This old man was indeed a cunning old fox. The Imperial Tutor continued, "I just heard you say that the new commander of the Invincible Black Army was killed. I'm curious, other than you, who else would have the guts to do so?" Qin Feiyang looked at him gloomily. "Alright, I forgot, you can't speak now." The Imperial Tutor laughed and slightly restrained his aura. Qin Feiyang's body became light, and he immediately gasped for breath. However, the Imperial Tutor was still worried. Qin Feiyang had too many tricks up his sleeves. If he was careless, he could escape. Therefore, he took Wang Hong hostage. He waved his hand and Wang Hong flew to him uncontrollably. The Imperial Tutor looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being merciless." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and stared at the Imperial Tutor with a vicious expression. The Imperial Tutor didn't care at all and said lightly, "Now tell me, what kind of terrifying person dared to kill my men?" "Your men?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "That's right. That new commander of the Invincible Black Army is a confidant that I trained," the Imperial Tutor said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to form a clique for your personal gain. What are you up to?" "I'm the one asking you questions." The Imperial Tutor grabbed Wang Hong's neck and said coldly. Qin Feiyang's face changed and he quickly shouted, "Stop. Then tell me quickly." The Imperial Tutor shouted. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hong and said, "You're the one who wants to know. Don't blame me if you regret it later. This person is Mu Tianyang." "What?" The Imperial Tutor's body trembled, and his old eyes were filled with shock. "Mu Tianyang?" Wang Hong's face was filled with suspicion, but he seemed to have thought of something and his face suddenly changed. "Are you regretting knowing the truth now?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Imperial Tutor and sneered. "Nonsense. Mu Tianyang was killed by the Qin Emperor 10,000 years ago. How could it be him?" Chapter 1160. "I knew you would say that. In fact, I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth," Qin Feiyang said. "Where's the evidence?" the Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "There's no evidence. You can go to the ruins. Maybe you can find the result you want there." The Imperial Preceptor frowned. But suddenly, a trace of ridicule crawled up his old face and he said, "Do you think this old man will be fooled? Let me tell you, no matter what you say today, this old man will not believe it. Hand over Changshui and the castle immediately." Qin Feiyang was not surprised. He had already expected such a result. But he could never hand over Changshui and the castle. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at the Imperial Preceptor and said, "I want to see the Emperor." "His Majesty is not someone you can see just because you want to," the Imperial Preceptor sneered. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Although you are the Imperial Preceptor, you are also a subject. Do you want to deceive the Emperor?" The Imperial Preceptor laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is a capital offense, and to be honest, it's not that this old man doesn't want to take you there, but that His Majesty doesn't want to see you. No, His Majesty wants to see him very much." Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Before the voice died away, a white-haired old man descended on the attic. It was Elder Qin who took back the pagoda. There was also a man and a wolf standing beside Elder Qin. It was Wolf King and Yen Wei. "What's going on?" Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was very surprised. Why would Wolf King and Yen Wei be with Elder Qin? At the same time, seeing Elder Qin suddenly appear, the Imperial Preceptor's eyebrows flashed with a trace of hostility. Elder Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong, then looked at the Imperial Preceptor and said lightly, "Imperial Preceptor, please let them go." "You're lucky." The Imperial Preceptor glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his old eyes. Qin Feiyang stretched his muscles and pointed at Wang Hong. "And him?" The State Preceptor snorted coldly. "He deceived the Emperor and abused his power for personal gain. His crimes are unforgivable. I will execute him on the spot as a warning to others." "No." Qin Feiyang bellowed. However, it was too late. The Grand Tutor squeezed his hand and Wang Hong's throat and neck were broken on the spot. "Bastard!" Qin Feiyang glared and rushed over like a madman. "Umph." State Preceptor snorted and threw Wang Hong to Qin Feiyang as if he was throwing garbage. But at the same time, a strand of false god's power surged out from his palm and entered Wang Hong's psyche ocean, crushing Wang Hong's soul in an instant. Qin Feiyang rushed up and hugged Wang Hong. He squatted in the air and looked at Wang Hong's pale face. He anxiously shouted, "Senior, wake up." However, Wang Hong was already dead. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to find you. I'm the one who killed you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang tightly hugged the corpse that was gradually turning cold as he blamed himself in his heart. Above. Wolf King's eyes were also filled with killing intent and anger. Boom. All of a sudden, a monstrous killing intent rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. A bloody kill word appeared between his eyebrows. He landed on the ground and placed Wang Hong on the ground. He looked up at Old Man Qin and questioned. "The Emperor ordered that no one is allowed to harm anyone related to me for 10 years. Now that State Preceptor is doing this, isn't it the same as disobeying the Emperor's order?" Old Man Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at the State Preceptor. He then looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, "His Majesty did say so. However, Wang Hong is a subject of the Empire. He knew that you had returned but did not report it. This is a crime of deceiving the Emperor. It is understandable that State Preceptor will execute him on the spot." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. His nails had already sunk into his flesh and dragon blood dripped down. The State Preceptor sneered. Wolf King said, "Little Qinzi, don't be impulsive." Yan Wei also secretly advised, "Yes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Don't do anything stupid." Qin Feiyang was silent. His whole body was surrounded by blood. This was killing intent. But in the end, he loosened his hands and the kill word between his eyebrows gradually disappeared. He looked down at Wang Hong and whispered, "Senior, I won't let you die in vain." Hearing this, the State Preceptor sneered. "Let's go." Old Man Qin urged. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Accompanied by a loud noise, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Then he held Wang Hong and gently put him into the pit. Plop. Immediately, he knelt in front of Wang Hong and kowtowed 3 times. He said word by word, "If I don't avenge you, I, Qin Feiyang, am not a human." Hearing this oath, the smile on the State Preceptor's face disappeared. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Qin Feiyang. But looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes at this moment, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably flustered and afraid. Swish. Qin Feiyang stood up and buried Wang Hong. Then he flew to Old Man Qin and said, "Let's go." Old Man Qin nodded. He waved his hand and opened a portal. Then he turned around and led 2 people and 1 wolf into the portal. The State Preceptor raised his eyebrows and followed in. Butterfly Valley. Beside the teleportation altar, a group of people appeared one after another. Old Man Qin raised his arm. Battle chi gushed out of his fingertips and flowed into the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang looked at the teleportation altar and secretly asked Wolf King and Yan Wei, "Why is Old Man Qin here?" "We don't know either. He suddenly appeared in Butterfly Valley just now. We couldn't escape even if we wanted to, but it's a blessing in disguise. You saved your life." Wolf King and Yan Wei secretly transmitted their voices. They were both terrified. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that Old Man Qin had already begun to investigate the State Preceptor. This was indeed a good thing for him. But the teleportation altar finally opened. Old Man Qin said, "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Yan Wei and Wolf King to the ancient castle. Then he stepped onto the teleportation altar alone. To this, Old Man Qin only frowned and didn't say anything. Pagoda. Qin Feiyang, Old Man Qin, and the State Preceptor appeared one after another. Next, Qin Feiyang followed behind the 2 of them. Walking out of the pagoda, he scanned the familiar mountain range in front of him. Although stepping into the imperial capital was equivalent to entering a cage, at this moment he was fearless. Old man Qin turned to look at the state preceptor and smiled. State preceptor must be tired from running around in the spiritual state. It must be very tiring. Please go back and rest. Obviously, he was sending the state preceptor away. The state preceptor said indifferently, Qin Feiyang is a felon. I must personally escort him to His Majesty. State preceptor is really considerate. Old man Qin chuckled and opened the teleportation gate. He retreated to the side and stretched out his hand. State preceptor, please. The state preceptor glanced at him coldly and stepped into the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang was about to follow in. But suddenly, old man Qin grabbed him and shook his head. This teleportation gate isn't the one that leads to Bright Sky Palace. Huh? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's better to be wary of some people. Old man Qin said meaningfully. He opened another teleportation gate and led Qin Feiyang in. Outside the imperial city, in the sky above a certain mountain, an old man in white appeared out of thin air. It was the state preceptor. Looking at the mountains and rivers below, the state preceptor was stunned. Wasn't he going to see His Majesty? Why was he here? Damn it. The next moment, he realized that he had been tricked and hurriedly turned around. As expected, there was no trace of Qin Feiyang and old man Qin. Old dog Qin, how dare you trick me? I'm not done with you today, he was furious. He opened the teleportation gate again and rushed in like lightning. At the same time, Bright Sky Palace. This palace that was once destroyed by Qin Feiyang was not abandoned because of this. Instead, it was more glorious and imposing than before. In a pavilion, a child who looked like a porcelain doll was holding an ancient scroll and reciting a poem that he wasn't familiar with. Beside him, a middle-aged couple sat side by side, looking at the child with a gratified smile on their faces. Swish! Suddenly, the void shook and two figures appeared in the pavilion. It was Qin Feiyang and old man Qin. Greetings, Your Majesty, Empress and little prince. Old man Qin bowed. That's right. The three people in the pavilion were the current emperor, empress and little prince Qin Haotian. The arrival of Qin Feiyang and old man Qin also interrupted the little prince's recitation. He raised his head, revealing a childish face, looking at Qin Feiyang and old man Qin. Brother? At a glance he recognized Qin Feiyang. He immediately put down the ancient scroll in his hand and ran towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, the empress's expression changed. She hurriedly got up, hugged the little prince, and hid behind the emperor as if she had seen a devil. At the same time, the emperor also raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, frowning slightly. Qin Feiyang said coldly, Old man Qin, it seems that he doesn't want to see me. Old man Qin smiled bitterly. His Majesty actually didn't know that you were coming. The reason why I said this is because I want to save you from the imperial preceptor. Say. Qin Feiyang sneered. The emperor waved to the empress and little prince. You guys go back first. The empress had been waiting for this sentence. As soon as she heard the emperor's words, she immediately carried the little prince and ran to the palace not far away. It was as if, in her eyes, Qin Feiyang was a demon that ate people without spitting out their bones. However, the little prince was a little unwilling. He kept shouting that he wanted to play with his brother. But the empress would definitely not listen to him. The scene when the little prince fell into Qin Feiyang's hands last time was still vivid in her mind. After entering the palace, she not only closed the door tightly, but also asked the guards outside to guard strictly, not allowing Qin Feiyang to take half a step in. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Even the mother of a country is so afraid of you. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? I just feel sad. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You. The emperor asked. What's sad about me? The sad person I'm talking about is you. As the emperor of a country, you have a lot of wives and concubines, but in the end only one son is going to send you off. Isn't that sad? Qin Feiyang sneered. The emperor frowned and snorted coldly. Even if I only have one son, I don't need you to pity him. Pity you? Ha! Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing and said, You don't say. One day in the future, it may really be me who will send you off. His words were filled with a piercing coldness. What kind of person was the emperor? How could he not understand such words? Obviously. Chapter 1161. The emperor's face was as dark as water. Can't we sit down peacefully and have a good talk? He asked. That will never happen. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Old man Qin couldn't help but sigh as he watched the father and son arguing with each other. The emperor also lost his patience and said, Then tell me, what is your purpose in coming to me? If it's for your mother, then don't say it. There's no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely. I'm here to tell you that Mu Tianyang is back. What? The emperor's face changed. Old man Qin was also surprised. He stared at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is this true? Qin Feiyang said, It's up to you to believe it or not. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly said, Shouldn't you hate me for what I did to you? Why are you here to tell me this news? Qin Feiyang said, I'm doing this for the people of the world, not for you. The people of the world? The emperor muttered to himself as if he was thinking of something in the past. There was a complicated expression in his eyes. After a while, the emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. You're really like the ancestor. Unfortunately, you're not the ancestor. The ancestor he was talking about was the first emperor of the Great Qin Empire, the Qin Emperor. The ancestor created a huge empire and left countless legends and miracles. Of course, I can't compare to the ancestor. But in this world, everyone has the right to talk about me except you. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang shouted in a stern voice. Old man Qin frowned. No matter what, he's your father. You shouldn't talk about him like that. Father? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Is there a father who abandons his wife and son? No. Besides, I've already returned the bloodline power he gave me. What else can I say? The emperor couldn't help but clench his fists. Obviously he was furious. Life is like this. Once you take that step, you will never be able to turn back. Back then, when you crippled my cultivation and drove me out of the imperial capital, you should have known that such a day would come. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The emperor couldn't hold it in any longer and roared, Lock him up in the prison immediately. Without my order, no one is allowed to visit him. Your Majesty. But at this moment, the imperial preceptor came in anger. He gloomily glanced at old man Qin, then looked at the emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, this child has become a great threat. We can't let him live any longer. I suggest that we execute him on the spot. The emperor clenched his fists and nodded. All right, execute him on the spot. Qin Feiyang shrugged. It was not the first or second time that the emperor had ordered him to be killed. He no longer cared. But since he didn't die the last time, he swore that no matter what difficulties he encountered in the future, he would try his best to survive. Therefore, he would not sit still and wait for death. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's mind moved. He activated the concealment technique and turned around to use phantom steps. Without looking back, he escaped into the air. You think you'll be fine if you hide in the castle? The imperial preceptor sneered. His divine sense emerged and rushed towards the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared. And? Why isn't there? The imperial preceptor was dumbfounded. He thought that Qin Feiyang had hidden in the castle, but when he used his divine sense to scan, he didn't find the castle at all. No. Old man Qin and the emperor looked at each other. Old man Qin also immediately released his divine sense to search for the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared. A moment later, his gaze trembled slightly. He raised his head to look at the emperor and shook his head. There really isn't. The emperor said, Impossible, everyone knows that the castle can't be moved. He must be here. Old man Qin was surprised. Could it be that his castle can be moved? Do you think that other than the castle, I don't have any other means to save my life? Today is different from the past. In these years in the Forgotten Continent, I've obtained far more than you can imagine. Just wait, the good show is yet to come. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's cold voice came from afar. What? He's already escaped so far? The three of them hurriedly raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Not good. The direction of the voice is the throne room. The emperor's expression changed. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a deafening loud noise sounded in the throne room. This is only the interest. In the future, I'll make you pay back double. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. The emperor hurriedly rose into the air and swept over the throne room like lightning. Immediately, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. Below them, the originally dazzling throne room had already turned into a pile of ruins. The throne room was the place where every generation of emperor ascended the throne. It was the place where civil and military officials met the emperor. It was the most sacred place in the imperial palace. It could be said that the throne room represented the imperial power and the emperor's prestige. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang actually destroyed the throne room in such a grand manner. This could no longer be described as offensive. This was blasphemy. This was rebellion. This was a challenge to the emperor's authority. Your Majesty, did you see that? This is Qin Feiyang's character. He doesn't care about his relatives and is ruthless. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, next time he will not only destroy the throne room, but the entire imperial palace including you and me." The Grand Master rushed over and immediately roared when he saw this scene. Old Qin glanced at the Grand Master and lowered his head to scan the ruins below. His old face was full of displeasure. Boom. The next moment, two divine wills emerged, covering the sky and covering the earth in all directions. "Your Majesty, what's going on? Who is so bold to destroy the throne room?" Whoosh! Figures broke through the air and flew over. There were the commanders of the Kirin army. There were the deputy commanders of the Kirin army. There were the deputy commanders of the Invincible Black Army. There were also the chief eunuch and the princesses and concubines. Looking at the throne room that had been razed to the ground, all of their faces were filled with bewilderment. "Qin Feiyang." The Grand Master said each word with a murderous aura. "It's him." Heard it? Everyone's face changed color. Even some timid people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Old Qin retracted his divine thoughts and looked at the Emperor. "Your Majesty, we can't find him. It seems that he has escaped. As long as he enters the imperial capital, he has nowhere to run. All deputy commanders, listen to my order." The Emperor shouted. "Yes, Your Majesty." Whether it was the deputy commanders of the Kirin army or the Invincible Black Army, they all knelt in the void. The Emperor said, "Track him down immediately. Even if you have to turn the imperial capital upside down, find him for me." Could be seen that this time he was really angry. "Yes, Your Majesty." The group of deputy commanders responded respectfully, then turned around and flew into the sky. "Commander of the Kirin army." The Emperor shouted again. "Yes, Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army bowed and said, "His mother is in the Violet Palace. He will definitely find a way to see her. Immediately go to the Violet Palace and guard it. As long as you see him, kill him without mercy. In addition, issue a bounty. Anyone who provides the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang will be rewarded with a sacred artifact and 3 chances to enter the Imperial Palace's martial arts treasury. And the one who takes the head of Qin Feiyang will be conferred the title of Marquis." The Emperor shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder piercing through the clouds. "Conferred the title of Marquis." The commander of the Kirin army trembled both physically and mentally. Since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire, other than the 100 Marquis that were personally conferred by the first emperor, there had never been a new Marquis. Of course, the successive emperors also had the idea of conferring the title of Marquis. But the successive emperors also had concerns. And this concern was the current 100 Marquis. If others were to be conferred the title of Marquis, then the current 100 Marquis would definitely have objections. After all, the ancestors of these Marquis were the founding fathers who followed the first emperor to conquer the world. In other words, they were all descendants of meritorious officials. If others were to be on equal footing with them, they would not be happy. So after 10,000 years, there had never been a new Marquis. But who would have thought that at this moment, in order to hunt down Qin Feiyang, the emperor would actually issue such a decree? This was enough to show that the emperor was not joking this time. He was going to be serious. Seeing the commander of the Kirin army not moving, the emperor angrily shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." The commander of the Kirin army knelt in the air and shouted, "Your Majesty, the title of Marquis is not a small matter. Your Majesty, please reconsider." The emperor said, "I have made up my mind." "Your Majesty," the commander of the Kirin army still wanted to say something. The emperor was furious and shouted, "Do you want to defy the decree? This subordinate does not dare. This subordinate will go now." The commander of the Kirin army's eyes trembled. He quickly got up and opened the portal to leave. When the portal disappeared, the emperor looked at the horizon and said, "If I don't kill you, where will my dignity go?" After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. "Little bastard, let's see how you escape this time." The imperial tutor laughed in his heart. This was exactly the result he wanted. Beside him, Elder Qin stared at the emperor's back and remained silent. However, if one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were fixed on the imperial tutor. There was a strange light in the depths of his eyes. What? Qin Feiyang is back again? And he destroyed the throne room? He's too audacious. Soon. The news of Qin Feiyang's return was like a plague, spreading to every corner of the imperial city. Everyone was shocked. Why is this child so stupid? Purple Flower Palace. Qin Feiyang's mother also received the news immediately. She was so anxious that she could not sit still. "Mother, don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. That's right. His Highness is no longer the child he used to be. Since he dares to come back, he must be confident. The two maids consoled her from the side. However, even though they said that, they themselves were filled with worry. Destroying the throne room was tantamount to directly challenging the emperor's authority. This was a serious crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 generations. Why did His Highness do such a stupid thing? Ren Wushuang, the old master, Dong Xingyang, Shen Mei, and others were also worried about Qin Feiyang. Facing the full pursuit of the Kirin army and the invincible Black Army, facing the fatal temptation of being conferred the title of Marquis, would Qin Feiyang really have a way out? However, in a certain alchemy room in the Divine Palace, a man in white was laughing. Yes. This is the Qin Feiyang I know. Continue. I look forward to your performance. I also believe that you will definitely give me a bigger surprise. Haha. This man was Lu Xingqian. Chapter 1162. The moment Qin Feiyang returned, the imperial capital was in turmoil. Not only were the people from the imperial palace looking for him, his former friends were also looking for him. But no one knew where he went and no one saw him. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Imperial City. The 10th district. This district was rather backward and the environment was also very poor. The cultivation of the people here did not surpass the War Master, but it was very simple. In a secluded alley, there was a shabby tavern located here. The tavern was very simple and crude with only 3 or 4 tables. The business was also very calm, with only 2 tables of guests drinking and chatting. There were 6 hunters at one table, all of whom looked middle-aged and had many scars on their bodies. They ate meat and drank wine in large mouthfuls, looking very forthright. What was different from them was that there were only 2 guests at the table beside them. These 2 people were also middle-aged men, but they were very quiet and only drank silently. The wine was very bitter, but if one tasted it carefully, they would be able to taste something different from the bitterness. This taste was tranquility. Although the 6 hunters beside him were very noisy, Qin Feiyang's heart was especially peaceful. That's right. These 2 silent big men were Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei. Big news, big news. After a while, another man dressed in hunter attire ran into the tavern in a hurry. He also looked middle-aged, but he was relatively thin, and there was a sense of competence between his eyebrows. What big news? The 6 hunters who were drinking put down their wine jars and turned their heads to look at him curiously. Obviously, they were all acquaintances. The skinny man said, I just received news that Qin Feiyang has returned, and even destroyed the throne room in front of His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor. What? Is this kid crazy? What kind of place is the throne room? He dares to destroy it? Isn't he courting death? Is His Majesty very angry now? The 6 hunters were shocked. Yes, he's furious. He even issued a bounty. Anyone who sees Qin Feiyang will be rewarded with a sacred artifact and free entry into the Imperial Palace's martial arts treasury 3 times. If you can take Qin Feiyang's head, you will be conferred the title of Marquis. The skinny man said, his eyes filled with desire. Conferred Marquis. The 6 hunters were dumbfounded. The tavern owner and waiter were also dumbfounded. Crack. But at the same time, the sound of a wine glass breaking could be heard. The skinny man and the others all looked at Qin Feiyang, only to see that the wine cup in Qin Feiyang's hand had already shattered into pieces. Yen Wei hurriedly got up and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. My brother has suffered some setbacks recently and is in a bad mood. We will compensate according to the price later. When the tavern owner heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, It's fine, it's fine. It's just a wine cup. Give him another one. The waiter next to him nodded and took out a new wine glass. He brought it to Qin Feiyang and comforted him. Big brother, there's nothing you can't overcome in this world. Take it easy. Thank you. Qin Feiyang also realized that he had lost his composure. He looked up at the waiter and smiled. I'm fine. Although you are all unfamiliar faces, it's fate that brought you together. If you want a drink in the future, feel free to come here. Although our tavern is small and crude, as long as you name a dish, we can make it for you. The most important person is that we have a lot of human kindness here. The waiter smiled. Human kindness. Qin Feiyang whispered and looked at the waiter with a smile. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come here often. All right, you guys continue. The waiter smiled and ran away. The hunters talked about the conferred marquis again. The tavern owner and the waiter also chimed in from time to time. Yen Wei glanced at them and picked up the wine jug. While pouring wine for Qin Feiyang, he asked through voice transmission, "What does conferred marquis mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He secretly explained, the Grand Qin Empire has a total of 100 martial marquises, and every single martial marquis possesses extraordinary power and status. Yan Wei curiously asked, then how high is their status? Qin Feiyang said, according to the words of the mortal world, below one person and above all others. Yan Wei's body stiffened. In order to hunt down Qin Feiyang, the emperor actually gave out such conditions. No wonder Qin Feiyang lost his composure. Yan Wei raised his wine cup and smiled, come today I'll accompany you until we're drunk. He was a rough person and didn't know how to comfort Qin Feiyang. So he could only accompany Qin Feiyang to drink to his heart's content. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and shook his head, this blow is nothing to me. And now is not the time to get drunk. Are you really okay? Yan Wei looked at him doubtfully. Qin Feiyang laughed, do I look like a weak person to you? Yan Wei looked at him seriously for a moment and shook his head with a smile. You don't. Then that's incredible. The question I'm thinking about now is, where did Mu Tianyang go? Qin Feiyang drank his wine and frowned. Yan Wei pondered for a moment and thought, could this be a pretense? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked telepathically, what do you mean? What I mean is, he might have guessed that we would follow him, so he deliberately went to Butterfly Valley and left some clues, making us mistakenly think that he went to the Forgotten Continent and the Imperial Capital. And in reality he might still be in the spiritual state. Yan Wei thought to himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of that? As the previous emperor, Mu Tianyang was wise and astute, so he definitely wouldn't let others easily grasp his whereabouts. Perhaps this really was a pretense. But, at this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms rang. Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would send him a message at this time? Now that he was in the imperial capital, the people of the 9 continents and the Forgotten Continent couldn't send him a message. It could only be someone in the imperial capital. And although in the imperial capital, anyone who had established a contract bridge with him had a close relationship with him, at this time he had to be cautious. So he was hesitating. Phew. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took out a dozen gold coins, put them on the table and was about to get up and leave. But the conversation between the hunters, the tavern owner, and the waiter piqued his interest. The waiter asked, do you think Qin Feiyang will be caught this time? For a moment the tavern owner and the hunters fell silent. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to the trembling image crystal. He looked at them with great interest. A moment later, the tavern owner shook his head and said, actually, it's obvious that the people of the Imperial Palace won't be able to catch him. Qin Feiyang was stunned, got up and walked over, smiled and said, why do you say so? If Qin Feiyang is really so easy to catch, he wouldn't have escaped so many times in the past. Moreover, when he destroyed the throne room, His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor were both present, but they still let him escape, not to mention that he has now escaped from the Imperial Palace. Although I haven't seen Qin Feiyang, I have heard a lot of rumors about him. His current strength can't confront the Imperial Palace head-on, but in terms of means, I reckon that no one in the Imperial Palace can compete with him. The tavern owner chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that in the eyes of these ordinary people, he would have such a high opinion of him. Bill. Qin Feiyang put the gold coins in his hand on the table. The tavern owner glanced at the gold coins, there were more than a dozen, and hurriedly said, that's too much. Qin Feiyang and the waiter drank 2 pots of wine. And these 2 pots of wine were just ordinary spirits, worth a few silver coins at most. Qin Feiyang glanced at the hunters and said with a smile, it's okay, just treat it as my treat. Then he opened the portal and left with Yan Wei. In the tavern several people looked at each other, then shook their heads and laughed and whispered again. Outside the city, Black Dragon Pool. The image crystal had stopped vibrating. However, he was waiting. If the person who sent him a message before really had something to ask him, then he would definitely continue to send him a message later. Sure enough, in less than 100 breaths, the image crystal vibrated again. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. An illusory figure appeared. It was a woman in white, with an exquisite figure, fluttering black hair, exquisite facial features and smooth skin. She could be called a peerless beauty. Sister. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. That's right. This woman was Ren Wushuang. Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang, Ren Wushuang was also very excited. Qin Feiyang said self-reproachfully, Sister, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Ren Wushuang said angrily, Silly boy, what's the relationship between us? Why are you apologizing to me? Qin Feiyang felt warm in his heart and asked, "How is the old man now?" Ren Wushuang said, "Grandpa is very good, but he often misses you and wants to see you." "I'm sorry I haven't visited you since I came back." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. He treated Ren Wushuang as his own sister, and he also treated the old man as his own grandfather. So when he heard this he felt guilty. "It's okay because we all know that you have no choice now and you don't want to implicate us. Grandpa and I don't ask for much as long as you're fine," Ren Wushuang said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's mood became even more depressed. Ren Wushuang sighed and said with a smile, "Guo Feiyang, there's someone who wants to talk to you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at Ren Wushuang and asked, "Who is it?" "Me." An old man walked to Ren Wushuang's side and entered Qin Feiyang's sight. "Old Qin." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said angrily, "I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt her, I won't let you go." Old Qin said, "If I really wanted to hurt her, do you think you would have a chance to see her now?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Come to the Black Dragon Pool, I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Old Qin nodded and immediately opened the portal and walked in. Ren Wushuang asked with concern, "Feiyang, will you be okay?" Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Take care of yourselves." "Okay. You too," Ren Wushuang said. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. Just as the image crystal was turned off, a figure descended from the void in front of them. It was old Qin. Chapter 1163. But old man Qin did not release his majesty. In order to eliminate Qin Feiyang's vigilance, he did not even take a step closer. However, Qin Feiyang did not let down his guard because of this. He asked, "This time you came to me on behalf of the emperor or yourself?" "This old man." Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't remember any interaction between us before." "Not before, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future." Old man Qin smiled faintly and asked, "The person who entered the capital with the deputy commander last time should be you, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin said, "Do you remember the question this old man asked you at that time?" Qin Feiyang said, "Of course I remember, you were asking the imperial preceptor." Old man Qin nodded and said, "Yes, this old man wants to know, what do you think of the imperial preceptor?" Qin Feiyang was silent. Old man Qin said, "There is no one else here, you can speak freely." Qin Feiyang said, "Will you believe what I say?" Old man Qin said, "This old man will think carefully." Qin Feiyang said, "The imperial preceptor is a malignant tumor, his existence will only threaten the great Qin Empire." Old man Qin's eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know why he deliberately killed me?" "What?" Old man Qin asked. "To snatch the castle in Changshui. And every time he came to kill me, he hid it from the emperor." "What does this mean?" "This means that he wants to take the castle in Changshui for himself." "One more thing, the new commander of the invincible Black Army is the confidant of the imperial preceptor," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Old man Qin's eyes trembled. Although Qin Feiyang's words were not very obvious, he had already noticed what Qin Feiyang wanted to say. Forming a clique for personal gain and harboring evil intentions. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there anything else you want to know?" Old Qin asked, "Is the matter of Mu Tianyang true?" "Absolutely. Before I came to the imperial capital, I even fought with him," Qin Feiyang said. "Fight?" Old man Qin frowned. One had to know that Mu Tianyang was the previous emperor. With Qin Feiyang's strength, if they really fought, how could he survive? Qin Feiyang said, "There are too many things between Mu Tianyang and I, so I can't explain it all at once. I can only tell you that his cultivation is not as good as before. If you want to get rid of him, you have to do it now." "Are you sure?" Old Qin asked. It was not that he did not trust Qin Feiyang, but this matter was too outrageous. As early as more than 10,000 years ago, Mu Tianyang had died in the hands of the previous emperor. How could he suddenly jump out? Qin Feiyang said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." Looking at Qin Feiyang, old Qin did not speak for a long time. He wanted to find something in Qin Feiyang's expression. But in the end he did not find any trace of deception. Taking a deep breath he asked, "Then what are you going to do next?" "I'm going to track Mu Tianyang. The great Qin Empire is the blood and sweat of my ancestors. I will not let it be destroyed in someone's hands," Qin Feiyang said firmly. This someone was naturally referring to the current emperor. Old Qin took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and sighed, "If this is true, then it's really hard for you." Qin Feiyang said, "I just want to have a clear conscience." What a good, clear conscience. How good would it be if you and your father didn't fight to this extent? Old Qin sighed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I've already said that we are no longer father and son. So in the future, please don't let me hear such words again. Old Qin shook his head and sighed, Fine, this old man will believe you for the time being. Go ahead and do what you want. But it's best if you can get the evidence back. At that time this old man can tell His Majesty. After all, with your current relationship, no matter what you say, His Majesty won't believe you. Of course, if this old man finds out that you're lying to me, this old man won't let you off. Old Qin said. Time will prove everything. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. It's best if that's the case. Old Qin nodded and waved his hand. A wisp of blood-red aura rushed out from the top of his head and condensed into a blood-red figure. Whether it was the figure or the appearance, this figure was exactly the same as Old Qin. This is a strand of my killing intent. It can display my peak strength and save your life at a critical moment. But remember, this strand of killing intent can only be used once. Old Qin warned. Old Qin was a false god. With his strand of killing intent, it was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing for anyone was a once-in-a-lifetime good thing. However, Qin Feiyang was hesitant. Although he was still unable to understand the existence of a false god, he had some understanding of it from the ancient books. Usually, whether it was the killing intent or the clone, it was related to the original body. For example, now that Old Qin gave him a strand of killing intent, then after he left, Old Qin could follow the strand of killing intent to chase his location. In short, no matter where he went, Old Qin would be able to find him in the end. In other words, this strand of killing intent was not only a life-saving talisman, but also a time bomb that could take his life at any time. For him, this might not be a good thing. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's concern, Old Qin smiled faintly. You are really cautious, but don't worry, this old man has already cut off the connection with this strand of killing intent. In other words, it is now an independent existence and has nothing to do with this old man. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and calmly accepted this strand of killing intent. Whoosh! The strand of killing intent turned into a bloody light and rushed into Qin Feiyang's qi, floating in the middle of it. Old Qin said, Let's go, this old man will send you to the pagoda. Qin Feiyang said, No need, I can leave the imperial capital by myself. You can leave? This time it was Old Qin who was stunned. But he didn't ask much and said, Then take care of yourself. Today we met here and said these words, can be regarded as a little secret between the two of us. Don't mention it to anyone. Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin smiled and opened the portal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Now that you have helped me without telling the emperor and the state preceptor, you should have noticed something. Yes. This old man smells a conspiracy. Old Qin nodded and whispered, and then entered the portal without looking back. It seems that the imperial capital is not full of idiots. After Old Qin left, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. But before his voice fell, he suddenly thought of something, his body trembled and his eyes lit up. Haha, saying that others are idiots, but in fact I am the biggest idiot. All of a sudden, he looked up to the sky and laughed, his face was full of ridicule. This was self-deprecating. After a long time he calmed down, walked to the edge of the cliff, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Everything about Mu Tianyang and the Mu family appeared in his mind one by one. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a whole day passed. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, 2 rays of light burst out. I think this should be the answer. He muttered to himself, got up and took out the image crystal. After a while, a white-robed man materialized out of nowhere. It was Lu Xingqian. Brother Qin, are you looking for me to drink? Lu Xingqian smiled and greeted. Qin Feiyang smiled, yes, come to the Black Dragon Pool, let's get drunk today. He was also very friendly. Lu Xingqian was stunned and nodded, okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. After saying that, the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, stood on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back, and glanced at the mountains below. A shocking cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Time passed by breath. About 10 breaths later, Lu Xingqian appeared out of thin air above the Black Dragon Pool. When he found Qin Feiyang, he landed beside Qin Feiyang with a smile on his face. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Xingqian smiled. It's okay. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he still looked down at the mountains below, not looking at Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian was stunned, but he didn't seem to take it to heart. He glanced at Qin Feiyang's feet and said suspiciously, Didn't you say we'll get drunk? Why don't I see any wine? Qin Feiyang said, it won't be too late for us to drink after we're done with other things. What things? Lu Xingqian was suspicious. Back then you died in the inner hall, but not long after you came back from the dead. Why is that? This question has been bothering me for a long time. I thought I would only know the truth when you took the initiative to tell me. But when I saw Renduxing yesterday, I finally had an answer in my heart. Qin Feiyang said. What answer? Lu Xingqian asked with a smile. Whether it was their tone or their expressions, they were very calm, as if they were discussing a very ordinary matter. Possession. The current you is no longer the real Lu Xingqian, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian's pupils shrank and he asked curiously, then tell me, who am I? You've told me twice that you were a true war god in the past. A real god of war. This level of existence has far surpassed the false god level. Since ancient times there have been very few of them. So you should also be Mu Tianyang, Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang? Lu Xingqian was slightly taken aback and he asked in confusion, how could I be him? Yes, I really didn't expect you to be him. Qin Feiyang nodded, and the hidden cold light in his eyes suddenly burst out. At the same time, he suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Xingqian's neck and shook his head. Don't play dumb with me. If you are not Mu Tianyang, why would Mu Qin come to you? If you are not Mu Tianyang, why would you have a space divine item? Puchi. After saying that, he tore apart Lu Xingqian's clothes, and saw that there was a dark gold potential mark on Lu Xingqian's chest. The potential mark of the 6th level was dark gold. This meant that Lu Xingqian, like him, had opened the door of the 6th level of potential. Qin Feiyang saw the potential mark, and his eyes became even more aggressive. He asked, if you are not Mu Tianyang, then how did you open the door of potential? Lu Xingqian silently looked at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, he smiled, shook his head and said in confusion, I thought that I had done it flawlessly, but how did you know that I am Mu Tianyang? One sentence. In the land of ruins I asked Renduxing no, he should be called Mu Tianyang now. I asked him, since he had already found the divine bone of his life, why did he still want to occupy Renduxing's body? He told me that he wanted to become stronger. I didn't know how he could become stronger by doing this. But his words made me think of you. How could a person who had been buried in the ground come back to life? The only explanation is that he had taken over. Of course, just based on this point, I can't conclude that you are Mu Tianyang. Chapter 1164. What other factors are there? Lu Xingqian asked with a smile. The biggest factor is your cultivation, Yi Zichen said. Your cultivation has improved so fast that I can't help but suspect that you have also opened the door of potential. Sure enough, you have opened the 6th level. Another factor is Mu Qin. He personally admitted that the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang. And Mu Qin repeatedly came to you and was very respectful to you. What does this mean? You should know that Mu Qin has opened the all-seeing eye and has an extraordinary position in the Mu family. It can even be said that he is the spokesperson of the Mu family. If even he respects you so much, who do you think you are if not Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian shook his head and smiled. Your analysis is so reasonable that I can't find a reason to quibble. But speculation is just speculation. I know you won't admit it, so I have prepared a big gift for you. Qin Feiyang laughed and let go of Lu Xingqian. With a wave of his hand, Mu Qin appeared out of thin air. Looking at Mu Qin, who was covered in bruises and dripping with blood, Lu Xingqian's pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang stepped on Mu Qin and looked at Lu Xingqian with a smile. I just want to ask you, do you want him to live? Mu Qin roared, bastard, kill me if you want, don't humiliate me. Lu Xingqian looked at Mu Qin, who was struggling desperately, in silence. The all-seeing eye has the ability to spy on all things. Such a fighting soul must be extremely rare. Even in today's world, Mu Qin may be the only one who has such a fighting soul. I think you have high expectations for him. You must be planning to focus on training him. But if he dies here today, then your expectations will be disappointed. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Xingqian raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flickering. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, we've known each other for so many years. You should know my character, so don't doubt that I dare to kill him. Alas. Lu Xingqian sighed helplessly. He looked at Mu Qin and asked, why are you looking for him? This he naturally referred to Qin Feiyang. Mu Qin lowered her head, her face full of annoyance. Because of the divine crystal, the Mu clan not only lost the gate of time and space, but also caused the death of the Mu clan's second grandmaster. His heart was already buried in hatred and anger. As such, when he saw Qin Feiyang appear in the glacier forest, he didn't think too much about it. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. Lu Xingqian sighed. If you hadn't fallen into his hands, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation right now. Qin Feiyang said, so you admit it. Lu Xingqian looked up at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Yes, as you said, I am also Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He said in a deep voice, not only did you take away Ren Duxing's body, but now you're also occupying Lu Xingqian's body. What do you want to do? Lu Xingqian smiled. Didn't I tell you that I want to become stronger? You can become stronger by taking over a body? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingqian said lightly, there are some things that you can't understand. You just need to know that I have no malice towards you. No malice. You've used me again and again, and you still dare to say such words. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sneer. Lu Xingqian shook his head. I'm not using you, I'm training you. Do I need you to train me? Who do you think you are? Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. An invisible force rolled toward Lu Xingqian like a wave, carrying a shocking murderous intent. However, Lu Xingqian just waved his hand lightly and easily wiped out the invisible force. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. What kind of method was this? Lu Xingqian said, although your cultivation and mine are about the same now, if we really fight, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Then let's see if I kill Mu Qing first or if you kill me first. Qin Feiyang grabbed Mu Qing's neck, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing roared with all his might, Ancestor, I'm not afraid of death. Don't be threatened by him because of me. You still have the strength to roar? It seems that Fatso hasn't tortured you enough in the castle. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He punched Mu Qing's lower abdomen, which was already badly mutilated, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Mu Qing couldn't help but howl in pain. When you were chasing me in the internal sea, you probably didn't think that today's retribution would come. You've tried to kill me time and time again, but you've never succeeded. Now that you've fallen into my hands, are you angry and unwilling? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said lightly, the corners of his mouth full of ridicule. After that, he sent Mu Qing to the castle. Lu Xingqian frowned and said, what do you want to let him go? Let him go? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, I know your next step. Lu Xingqian pondered for a while and said, if you want to know my next step, you can go to the Demonic Dragon Mountains in He Province. Demonic Dragon Mountains? Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. Ren Duxing's battle sword seemed to have been obtained from the Demonic Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the Demonic Dragon Mountains were hiding other secrets? Lu Xingqian smiled and said, I have time now. Do you want me to go with you? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He definitely couldn't let Lu Xingqian follow him. Because Lu Xingqian definitely wouldn't miss any chance to save Mu Qing. Therefore, if he let Lu Xingqian follow him, it was equivalent to putting a time bomb beside him. But to kill Lu Xingqian he couldn't do it. What should he do? Let him go? No. Letting him go was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and opened a portal. He looked at Lu Xingqian and said, follow me to a place. Where? Lu Xingqian asked. Qin Feiyang said, you'll know when you get there. Lu Xingqian looked at him deeply and entered the portal. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. The next moment, the two of them landed on a small plaza, surrounded by undulating mountains and towering ancient trees. In the center of the square, there was an ancient stone tower, towering into the clouds and emitting a mysterious aura. It was the pagoda. At this moment, Old Man Qin was sitting cross-legged in front of the pagoda. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Old Man Qin immediately opened his eyes, but when he saw Lu Xingqian, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Old Man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, the Mu Tianyang you want, I found him. So fast? Old Man Qin was slightly taken aback. He immediately sized up Lu Xingqian and frowned. Don't tell me you're talking about him? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. How is this possible? I've seen Mu Tianyang's portrait in an ancient book, and it doesn't look like him at all. Old Man Qin said. It's a long story. And this is not a place to stay for long. Help me keep an eye on him and don't let him escape. When there's a chance in the future, I'll explain it to you slowly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. After all, this was the back mountain of the imperial palace. If it was discovered by the emperor and the state preceptor, Not only would he suffer, but Old Man Qin would also be implicated. Okay. Old Man Qin nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not show any signs of lying, he began to treat this matter seriously. Qin Feiyang did not stay. He glanced at Lu Xingqian and opened the portal, ready to leave. Old Man Qin hurriedly grabbed his arm and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Not for now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and entered the portal without looking back. Lu Xingqian, on the other hand, was smiling from beginning to end. After Qin Feiyang left, Old Man Qin turned to look at Lu Xingqian and asked suspiciously, "Are you really Mu Tianyang?" Lu Xingqian shrugged and said with a smile, "If Qin Feiyang says so, then I am." Old Man Qin could not help but frown. Back to Qin Feiyang. After leaving the pagoda, he appeared in the Black Dragon Swamp again. He definitely had to go to the demonic Dragon Mountain range, but before that, he had a very important matter to deal with first. He took out the image crystal. The shadow of the commander of the Kirin army appeared. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army was shocked and quickly looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he was relieved. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice, "Where are you now?" "Black Dragon Swamp," Qin Feiyang said. The commander of the Kirin army frowned and said, "The situation is so critical now. Why are you still in the Black Dragon Swamp instead of leaving the capital?" "I'll leave later. First, help me find someone," Qin Feiyang said. "Oh." The commander of the Kirin army asked. "Wuxia," Qin Feiyang said. "Why are you looking for him?" The commander of the Kirin army raised his eyebrows. Of course he was no stranger to Wuxia. He was still entangled with his daughter. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about him. Go find him immediately and try to bring him to the Black Dragon Swamp before dawn." "Okay." The commander of the Kirin army nodded, and then the shadow disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes shining. Lu Xingqian saved Wuxia from him many times. He couldn't figure it out before, but now he knew Lu Xingqian's real identity. He finally understood that this Wuxia must have been bought over by Lu Xingqian. In other words, Wuxia had also become Lu Xingqian's subordinate. Time passed quietly. Dawn was approaching. Swish. A black shadow descended over the Black Dragon Swamp. It was the commander of the Kirin army. But he was the only one who came. Qin Feiyang also sensed the aura of the commander of the Kirin army. He jumped into the air and landed in front of the commander of the Kirin army. He asked, "Why are you alone? Where's Wuxia?" "I didn't find him." The commander of the Kirin army shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "How can you not find him? Did you ask your daughter?" "Yes. She doesn't know where Wuxia is either. I also sent a message to Wuxia, but I haven't received any response," the commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that Wuxia was very likely to be in Lu Xingqian's space treasure. The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Why are you looking for him?" Qin Feiyang said, "He's Mu Tianyang's lackey." Mu Tianyang. The body of the Qilin army's commander trembled as he said, "The matter that you told His Majesty I also know. But how could Wuxia possibly be Mu Tianyang's lackey?" Chapter 1165. Crane Province. The commander of the Kirin army was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you going to Crane Province?" "Time is of the essence. Don't ask so many questions. Tell me quickly," Qin Feiyang urged. "Let me think." The commander of the Kirin army pondered for a while and said, "I have been to Crane Province a few times before, but it was always in Crane Province City. As for the Magic Dragon Mountain Range, I have heard of it, but I did not pay much attention to it." Qin Feiyang said, "Then give me the coordinates of Crane Province City." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and gave Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yen Wei appeared. Qin Feiyang then took out the imitation space-time gate and handed it to Yen Wei. Yen Wei immediately activated his battle chi and activated the space-time gate. The commander of the Kirin army glanced at Yen Wei and the space-time gate, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Her Majesty is very worried about you now." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. He resisted the impulse in his heart and said, "Help me tell my mother that I will try my best to survive." Clang. Before he finished his words, accompanied by a deafening sound, the space-time gate opened completely. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stepped into the space-time gate without hesitation. Yen Wei nodded to the commander of the Kirin army and quickly followed in. The space-time gate quickly disappeared. Mu Tianyang. The commander of the Kirin army muttered to himself and then opened the teleportation gate and returned to the Violet Palace. On the second floor of the Violet Palace. The woman in white sat in front of the table with a worried frown. The two maids were also standing at the side, their eyebrows were filled with worry. Duh. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, the commander of the Kirin army walked up to the second floor and stopped behind the woman in white. He bowed and said, "My Majesty." The woman in white turned a deaf ear. "Is something the matter, Commander?" The two maids turned to the commander of the Kirin army and asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "I just went to see His Highness the 14th Prince." Hearing this, the woman in white suddenly stood up and ran to the commander of the Kirin army. She asked, "Where is Fei Yang?" The commander of the Kirin army answered honestly, "I was at the Black Dragon Pool just now, and now I've gone to Crane Province." "Why is your highness going to He Province?" The two maids were bewildered. "I don't know either. But I think it has something to do with Mu Tianyang." The commander of the Kirin army said. Mu Tianyang. The white-robed woman's body trembled. The commander of the Kirin army sighed. Although the 14th prince always says that he hates His Majesty, in fact he still cares a lot about the relationship between father and son. Otherwise he would not be running around to investigate Mu Tianyang. Fei Yang doesn't care about this father-son relationship. The white-robed woman shook her head. Then what does His Highness care about? The commander of the Kirin army froze and asked in confusion. He cares about the late emperor and the people of the Great Qin Empire. I used to worry that Fei Yang would be blinded by these enemies. But now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Fei Yang not only inherited the late emperor's bloodline and legacy, but he also inherited the late emperor's great heart of protecting the people of the world. Perhaps he has a heart that empathizes with the common people. It's just that I really can't bear to let him bear this burden now. The white-robed woman sighed faintly. Protecting the people of the world as his responsibility? Compassion for the people? Your Highness, are you really such a person? If so, Your Majesty, shouldn't you feel ashamed? The commander of the Kirin army murmured. Crane Province. Just like the capital of the spiritual state, the capital of Crane Province had 5 major districts. North, South, East, West, and the Central District. At this moment, the night was as dark as ink and dotted with cold stars. In the sky above the city center, a stone door silently appeared. The stone door slowly opened. 2 figures strode out. It was Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away the space-time gate. He then lowered his head and scanned the city below. The Holy Palace, the Prefecture Master's residence, and the State Prison were all in the Central District. And in the Central District he sensed many powerful auras. Most of them were battle monarchs and battle emperors. The auras of battle masters were not absent, but they were pitifully few. And there was an especially strong aura that came from the Prefecture Master's residence. It was a 5-star battle emperor. If I remember correctly, Tan Wu seems to be from here. Qin Feiyang whispered. Who is Tan Wu? Yen Wei looked at him suspiciously. An old friend. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Go down and find out the coordinates of the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Okay. Yen Wei nodded and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the city below. Which expert has come to my He State City? Soon. A loud and clear shout sounded. Following closely. A middle-aged man dressed in black rushed out of the Prefecture Master's residence and headed straight for Qin Feiyang. This person was the 5-star battle emperor that Qin Feiyang had sensed before. Obviously. He sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. The middle-aged man landed opposite Qin Feiyang and sized up Qin Feiyang. He muttered to himself, why does he look so familiar? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and asked, May I ask who you are? Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything. What? The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, You should be the current Prefecture Master of He State. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. But even so, the middle-aged man did not let down his guard and asked carefully, Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang did not answer and waited quietly. The middle-aged man did not dare to say a word and stood silently opposite him. Whoosh. A moment later. Yen Wei rushed into the sky and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He walked to Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. I've heard that the magic Dragon Mountain range is located in the far west of the city. It is tens of thousands of miles away from here. What about the coordinates? Qin Feiyang asked. I've also heard about it. Yen Wei nodded. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei waved his hand, opened the portal and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang glanced at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, You can report to the imperial capital that I have come to, he state. After saying that, he turned and entered the portal. Yanwei followed him in. The middle-aged man did not dare to breathe loudly, but after the portal completely disappeared, he let out a long breath. Then a look of surprise crawled up his face. Why did Qin Feiyang suddenly come to there, he state? And why was he so fearless? At the same time, a huge mountain range was located in the far west, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Mountain stream. Giant peaks stood like a forest, towering into the sky like a battle sword. Under the night sky, those towering mountains were like giant dragons lying under the ground, exuding a majestic aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was the Magic Dragon Mountain Range. In the sky above the forest at the edge of the mountain range, Qin Feiyang and Yanwei appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the mountains and rivers in front of him. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Magic Dragon Mountain Range was bigger than he imagined. Yanwei said, as far as I know, the Magic Dragon Mountain Range is the most dangerous place in He State. No one has ever dared to go deep, so no one knows how big the Magic Dragon Mountain Range is. The most dangerous place? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. It is said that not only are beasts rampant here, but there is also a mysterious power. No one who enters the depths of the Magic Dragon Mountain Range can walk out alive. Yanwei said. What mysterious power? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yanwei said, a power that can rob the vitality of living beings. What? Isn't this the same as the Black Dragon Glacier and the Demonic Island? Qin Feiyang said in surprise. Yes. Yanwei nodded and said, so I suspect that the Magic Dragon Mountain Range might be related to the Black Dragon Glacier and the Demonic Island. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. From the Black Dragon Glacier, he obtained the Magic Dragon's Heart and Magic Dragon's Eye. From the Demonic Island, he obtained another reverse scale. What were these things? Could he find the correct answer in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range? Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them turned into streaks of light, flying towards the depths of the mountain range like lightning. Magic Dragon's Eye, Magic Dragon's Eye, Magic Dragon Mountain Range, they all had the word Magic Dragon in them. If this was a coincidence, then it would be too much of a coincidence. Perhaps there really was some kind of connection between the three of them. In the mountain range, it was indeed as Yanwei had said, the beasts were rampant. However, the beasts on the periphery weren't very strong, they were basically only at the War Emperor level. However, as they slowly went deeper, the number of beasts in the war sect gradually increased. Time passed. Dawn arrived. On the horizon, the morning sun slowly rose. The sunlight illuminated the mountains and the earth, dispelling the cold air left behind by the night. Qin Feiyang and Yanwei did not stop and rest, and had already crossed over 10,000 miles. Along the way, they would occasionally meet some people who were training in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range or searching for treasures. However, the two of them ignored them. As for the mysterious power that Yanwei mentioned, Qin Feiyang had never sensed it. Crack. Boom. No. Suddenly, waves of battle fluctuations came from the distance. The fluctuations were very strong, containing both the aura of humans and the aura of beasts. It was obvious that somewhere in front of them, someone was fighting with a beast. Qin Feiyang looked at each other and increased his speed, rushing towards the location of the battle fluctuations. The strength of the beasts in this area was basically between 3 and 5-star war sect. To Qin Feiyang and Yanwei it was naturally nothing. After all, one was a 6-star war saint and the other was a 2-star war emperor. But to the people of He Province, the level of danger here was no less than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. This was because the strongest representative of He Province, the Prefecture Lord of He Province, was only a 5-star war sect. Of course, the previous Prefecture Lord of He Province was definitely stronger. However, the previous Prefecture Lord had to protect the teleportation altar of He Province, so it was impossible for him to be in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range right now. Therefore, Qin Feiyang judged that the ones fighting with the beasts in front were most likely Ren Duxing and his group. Boom. Crack. As they got closer, the battle fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and Qin Feiyang was even more certain of his thoughts. Because the fluctuations of the battle carried a strand of saint might. One had to know that in the 9 provinces, it was impossible for there to be a war saint level powerhouse. Qin Feiyang's eyes also revealed a trace of killing intent. So, the two of them passed through a forest and stopped in the air above a mountain ridge, gazing ahead. More than 10 miles away, a man and a beast were crazily fighting in the sky. Blood flowed everywhere and the mountains and rivers below were destroyed. That beast was a large dark red dog. Its body was more than 10 meters long, but the strange thing was that on its shoulders, there were 5 basin-sized heads. That's actually the Hell Divine Hound, Yan Wei said in shock. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. The Hell Divine Hound was an extremely rare divine beast. That's right, it was a divine beast. Its rarity could almost be compared to a divine dragon. The Hell Divine Hound was ferocious by nature and had an innate talent. It was known as the Guardian of Hell. Previously he had only seen it in ancient books. This was the first time he had seen the true appearance of the Hell Divine Hound. However, Chapter 1166. That person was thin and had a hooked nose. His eyes were like those of an eagle, shining with a sharp light. He was extremely powerful. That infernal divine hound had the strength of a 7-star battle saint, but he was not at a disadvantage. And his cultivation level was only a 5-star battle saint. How did he do it? Looking at the man and the beast, Yan Wei's rough face was full of disbelief. A 5-star battle saint against a 7-star battle saint, this was a difference of 2 small realms. Why did his cultivation level advance so quickly? But Qin Feiyang was muttering to himself, his tone was full of disbelief. You know him? Yan Wei asked. Qin Feiyang said, yes, I know him. He was once the strongest king in He Province, Tanwu. Tanwu? Yan Wei was suspicious. I clearly remember that when I first saw him in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, he was only a 2-star battle saint. Only a few years have passed, and he has already stepped into the 5-star battle saint. Qin Feiyang whispered. Yan Wei asked, what about your cultivation level at that time? Qin Feiyang said, my cultivation level at that time was an 8-star battle emperor. Then did he open the gate of potential? Yan Wei said. Definitely not. If he did, with his character, he definitely wouldn't hide it from us. Moreover, he should be in the Divine Palace now. Why is he in He Province? Qin Feiyang whispered. Hearing you say that, it is indeed a little strange. Although you were only an 8-star battle emperor at that time, you opened the gate of potential, and your cultivation speed is far from his. But now, you have broken through to 6-star battle saint, and he has also broken through to 5-star battle saint. I think there must be some kind of mystery behind this. Yan Wei said. Gate of potential. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Yes. Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If that was the case, didn't that mean that Tanwu was also related to Lu Xingqian? Rumble. Tanwu and the Hellhound's fierce battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. They didn't notice that Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang seemed to only have each other in their eyes. This Tanwu is really not simple. There's a difference of 2 whole minor realms, and he's actually able to be equally matched with the underworld divine hound. Yan Wei was amazed. Qin Feiyang said, of course he's not simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried so hard to recruit him. Yan Wei was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, look above his head. Yan Wei focused his gaze and looked over. He saw a palm-sized ancient peak floating above Tanwu's head. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, emitting a strong black light. That Gufeng is his battle soul. As for his fighting soul, it can release an obscure force and form a gravitational realm. Any living being that enters this gravity domain will have their speed suppressed. Qin Feiyang said. Gravity domain. Yan Wei's body shook as he said in surprise, isn't this similar to the gravity divine iron? Yes. This is also the reason why I want to subdue him. Qin Feiyang nodded. I didn't expect the great Qin Empire to have so many peerless geniuses. Yan Wei shook his head and muttered, his face full of shock. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he said in a low voice, take them down. Okay. Yan Wei nodded. Boom. He used the Sky Demon 9 steps and crossed half a mile in 1 step. At the same time, the aura of the Sky Demon 9 steps erupted, causing the void and earth here to shake violently. Tanwu and the Hellhound were shocked when they heard the commotion. They immediately stopped fighting and looked at Yan Wei. What a powerful aura. He's a war emperor. The man and beast's expressions changed immediately. Boom. Yan Wei took a second step, and the aura around his body rose steadily. At this moment, in the eyes of Tanwu and the Hellhound, Yan Wei was like a war god descending. Every step he took could cause heaven and earth to tremble. Suddenly, Tanwu noticed Qin Feiyang behind Yan Wei and his eyes widened. Is it an illusion? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again, only to see that Qin Feiyang was still standing there. It wasn't an illusion. It was really Qin Feiyang. But why was he in He Province? Tanwu's face was full of doubts and was about to greet Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, Yen Wei took his ninth step and instantly landed above him in the Hellhound. The Emperor's aura was earth-shattering. At this moment, the man and beast both felt the aura of death. Woo-woo, the Hellhound's body went limp and it quickly crawled on the ground, wailing at Yen Wei continuously. Tan Wu's heart was also drowned by fear. His current strength was not bad, but facing a war emperor, it was still too far away. Just as the man and beast thought that they were dead for sure, Yen Wei suddenly stopped. That shocking killing intent firmly locked onto the man and wolf. Swish. It was also at this time that Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked in front of Tan Wu step by step. Tan Wu glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yen Wei and asked in surprise, "Brother Qin, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He's my man." "Your man?" Tan Wu was slightly taken aback, then could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although he and Qin Feiyang did not have a deep relationship, based on Qin Feiyang's previous attitude, it should not be disadvantageous to him. However, this sigh of his had yet to completely die down when Qin Feiyang raised his arm, grabbed his clothes and directly tore them to shreds. Tan Wu was immediately startled, both hands protecting his chest. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned dark and he shouted, "Put your hands down for me." Although Tan Wu covered in time, he still caught the shadow of the potential imprint. Tan Wu's eyes had a hint of panic as he pretended to be calm and said, "Brother Qin, what are you doing? I asked you to put it down, didn't you hear?" Qin Feiyang roared, a hint of intense killing intent even flickering in his eyes. Tan Wu's gaze trembled. But in the end he let out a long sigh and lowered his hands. A dark gold potential imprint immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. "Really didn't expect it?" Qin Feiyang looked at the potential imprint and shook his head in self-mockery. Tan Wu hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, listen to my explanation." "What's there to explain? Do you remember what conditions I offered when I asked you to follow me?" Qin Feiyang said. "Help me open the door of potential." Tan Wu said. "Yes. But at that time you refused. Since then, I have always thought that you are a person with backbone and dignity. However, I didn't expect that you would actually become Lu Xingqian's lackey." Qin Feiyang reprimanded, his face full of disappointment. Lu Xingqian's lackey? But hearing Qin Feiyang's words, not only was Tan Wu not ashamed at all, but he got up with a suspicious look. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you dare to say that you didn't join Lu Xingqian?" "Why should I join him?" Tan Wu asked back. "In order to open the door of potential." Qin Feiyang shouted. Tan Wu hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait, what do you mean by this? Why don't I understand it all?" Yen Wei frowned and said through voice transmission, "Look at him, it seems that it's not what you think?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he misunderstood Tan Wu? Tan Wu opening the door of potential had nothing to do with Lu Xingqian? But that wasn't right. Apart from Lu Xingqian, who else in the Great Qin Empire had the ability to help Tan Wu open the door of potential? If Tan Wu opened the door of potential with his own ability, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Because in the Great Qin Empire, there were many people with better talent, comprehension and aptitude than Tan Wu. If others couldn't do it, why could he do it? Or was Tan Wu acting now to cover up the truth? After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang really couldn't make a judgment and asked, "Then tell me, how did you open the door of potential?" Tan Wu shook his head and said, "I can't say, but I can guarantee that it has nothing to do with Lu Xingqian." "Guarantee?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "Do you know? Right now, Lu Xingqian is my must-kill target. Do you think that I'll easily believe you?" "What's the situation? Isn't your relationship with him very good? Why would he become your must-kill target?" Tan Wu was bewildered. Qin Feiyang couldn't find the slightest trace of pretense in his eyes and expression. If Tan Wu was really acting now, then his acting skills were really too good. But if Tan Wu was not acting, then who helped him open this door of potential? Really not saying? Qin Feiyang asked once more. Tan Wu said, "I promised him I really can't say." A wave of viciousness immediately surged from between Qin Feiyang's brows. Grabbing Tan Wu's neck, he shouted, "I think highly of you, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you. Don't challenge my patience. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Tan Wu shook his head without the slightest cowardice. Qin Feiyang burned with rage. Yen Wei suddenly reached his hand out, grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and transmitted his voice, "Don't be anxious, I've thought of a way." "What way?" Qin Feiyang secretly thought. "Can't your slavery seal peek into the other party's thoughts? You'll enslave him now. When he's thinking about this question in his heart, you'll naturally be able to get the answer. Yin Wei secretly thought. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Tan Wu did not know that his slavery seal had this kind of ability, so he definitely would not be on guard. With this thought in mind, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate anymore, forming seals with both hands. A slavery seal instantly appeared out of nowhere, following closely. With a wave of his hand, the slavery seal tore through the void and swept into the top of Tan Wu's head. Ah! Tan Wu immediately hugged his head and cried out in pain. But the excruciating pain in his head disappeared very quickly. Tan Wu sized himself up and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and said, "I'll ask you one last time, who was it that helped you open the door of potential?" Under normal circumstances, when being interrogated by others, one would instinctively think of this question in their mind. And Qin Feiyang wanted to seize this opportunity to figure out the truth. "Don't force me, I really can't tell you." Tan Wu shook his head again. But in his heart he was sighing. Puzzled. "Old Senior Qin, since you're so concerned about Qin Feiyang, then why don't you let him know all of this?" Old Senior Qin. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled slightly. Chapter 1167. Who was Old Senior Qin? Why didn't he know that there was such a person who possessed the pill to unlock the door of potential? Oh, Old Senior Qin? Surname Qin. Could it be that this person was a certain old senior of the Qin clan? But thinking about it, it didn't seem right. If it was really a certain old senior of the Qin clan, then they would definitely take it out to nurture the descendants of the Qin clan. But since young, he had never seen a potential pill in the imperial palace. Old Senior Qin, Old Senior Qin. Could it be that Old Senior Qin who guarded the pagoda? But immediately after, he denied this thought. If it was really that Old Senior Qin, then the emperor must also know about the existence of the potential pill. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Suddenly, he grabbed Tan Wu's clothes again and shouted, "Who is the Old Senior Qin you're thinking of?" Tan Wu was extremely surprised. How did Qin Feiyang know what he was thinking? "Didn't you want to know what I did to you just now?" "I'll tell you now, that's an enslavement seal. After being controlled by the enslavement seal, I can peek into your inner thoughts through the enslavement seal." Qin Feiyang said solemnly. "There's actually such a thing." Tan Wu turned pale with fright. "Say it quickly," Qin Feiyang shouted. His patience was about to be worn out. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, Tan Wu fell into a struggle. Should he tell Qin Feiyang or not? Old Senior Qin, at the same time. Yin Wei was also thinking about this problem. Suddenly, a look of surprise crawled up his face as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I heard from Fatso and the rest that you seem to have a relative called Qin Yuan, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Wei guessed, "Do you think this Old Senior Qin could be him?" Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. Was it Uncle Yuan? He hurriedly looked at Tan Wu. If this person was really Uncle Yuan, then hearing Yin Wei's words now, Tan Wu's expression would have some changes. When he looked at Tan Wu, he shockingly discovered that Tan Wu was currently looking at Yin Wei. Furthermore, the gaze in his eyes clearly became different. There was a hint of helplessness and blame in his voice, as if he was blaming Yin Wei for talking too much. "It's really Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Uncle Yuan actually possessed a pill that could open the door to potential? This was hard for him to accept. All of a sudden, he raised his other arm, his two hands forcefully grabbing the clothes on Tan Wu's chest as he shouted, "Tell me, is it Uncle Yuan or not?" Tan Wu's gaze flickered. A moment later, he sighed deeply and nodded. "It's him." Qin Feiyang's mind buzzed. Immediately, he quivered abruptly and asked, "Where is Uncle Yuan right now?" "I don't know." Tan Wu shook his head. Qin Feiyang roared, "He already helped you open the door to potential, how can you not know? Not only did Old Senior Qin help me open the door to potential, he even helped me raise my cultivation. But this was a very long time ago. Where he is now I really don't know." Tan Wu said helplessly. Qin Feiyang's eyes could not help being filled with disappointment. Letting go of Tan Wu powerlessly, he said, "Why did he help you open the door to potential?" "Old Senior Qin knows that you think very highly of me, so he came to find me, asking me to assist you in the future. Frankly speaking, I really envy you. Although you were deserted by everyone back then, there are two people who have always been silently concerned about you. These two people are your mother and Old Senior Qin. Especially Old Senior Qin. Although he didn't meet you these few years, he has always been paying attention to your situation. Furthermore, for your future development, he has even been secretly helping you nurture a force." Tan Wu said. "Mother? Uncle Yuan?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Gradually, his face brimmed with a happy smile. That's right. He was not alone. Because no matter what happened, Uncle Yuan and his mother would not leave him. Furthermore, he even had an additional group of companions by his side now. Qin Feiyang raised his head, looked at Tan Wu and asked, "What force?" At that time he just mentioned it in passing. I don't know the details either. But from his words, I can tell that this force is still growing right now. When the day comes when it grows up, this force will definitely shock heaven and earth, making ghosts and gods weep. Tan Wu said, his eyes filled with confidence. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You're one of them?" Sort of. Tan Wu nodded. "Uncle Yuan, thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at the horizon and muttered. Actually, he already knew long ago that Uncle Yuan had always been paying attention to him. But the matter of helping him nurture a force, if Tan Wu did not say, he would probably still be kept in the dark. And Uncle Yuan doing this was also completely for his sake. Because if he knew about these things, he would definitely develop a reliance heart. With reliance, he would definitely become lazy. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at Tan Wu and asked, "In the past, I invited you time and time again, but you refused. Why did you suddenly agree to assist me now?" Forced by the situation. Seeing everyone get stronger day by day, while I'm still making progress in the same place, I feel anxious. The other factor is old Senior Qin. Old Senior Qin is a person of virtue and prestige, someone I admire. Don't think that I'm following you. Actually, I'm following old Senior Qin. Tan Wu said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Looks like in your eyes I still don't have the qualifications for you to follow." "You can say that." Tan Wu nodded. Veins immediately popped out on Qin Feiyang's forehead and he said, "Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Tan Wu smiled and said, "Are you that kind of petty person?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, removing the slavery seal. He believed in Uncle Yuan's vision. Since he was nurturing Tan Wu, then he definitely trusted Tan Wu 100%. However, Uncle Yuan grasping the medicinal pill to open the door of potential was truly somewhat beyond his expectations. This old man, he could not see through him more and more. Qin Feiyang shook his head, restrained his emotions and asked Tan Wu, "Weren't you at the temple? Why did you return to He province?" "Isn't it because of it?" Tan Wu pointed at the Hell Divine Hound. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Hell Divine Hound and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "This has to start from a long time ago. I believe you guys must have heard of the legend of the Devil Dragon Mountain Range." Tan Wu said. Qin Feiyang, two people nodded. Tan Wu smiled and said, "But there's a legend that you guys definitely don't know." "What legend?" The two people were suspicious. Tan Wu said, "Legend has it that in the deepest part of the Devil Dragon Mountain Range, there's a peerless divine weapon hidden. As long as you obtain this divine weapon, you will definitely be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to the heavens in one go." Peerless divine weapon. Qin Feiyang, two people looked at each other. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Because things like divine weapons were too ethereal, it was impossible for them to exist in this world. But now they firmly believed it. Because Rin Duxing's battle sword was obtained here. Yen Wei said, "I really didn't hear about this legend in the capital." Tan Wu smiled faintly and said, "Only a few people in He province know about this legend. They definitely won't be able to find out about it." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then what does this legend have to do with the Hell Divine Hound?" "Of course. Back then, when I stepped into the One-Star Battle sect, I entered the Devil Dragon Mountain Range to verify the authenticity of this legend. However, when I came to the Devil Dragon Mountain Range, I realized how naive and childish I was. There were too many fierce beasts here and they were too strong. It wasn't a place that I could set foot in at all. But I didn't want to give up. I desperately walked towards the depths and finally came here with great difficulty. And when I came here, I was already seriously injured. Just as I was about to find a place to recuperate for a period of time, this damn dog suddenly jumped out and almost took my life." Tan Wu looked at the Hell Divine Hound, his eyes filled with a cold light. "TSK, that's because you overestimated your own abilities. With your little cultivation back then, you still dared to go so deep. If this emperor doesn't kill you, who will I kill?" The Hell Divine Hound said disdainfully. Tan Wu said angrily, "Then you can't take advantage of others' difficulties, right? After all, you're a divine beast. A divine beast must be magnanimous. Who said that divine beasts should be magnanimous? This emperor likes to take advantage of people's difficulties. How about it? Not convinced? Come, let's fight again?" The Hell Divine Hound clamored. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he glanced at the Hell Divine Hound. How could this guy be on par with the white-eyed wolf? He turned to look at Tan Wu and asked curiously, then what happened after that? How did you escape from its hands? After that, it teased me in every way possible and humiliated me. Of course, I refused to accept it, so I arranged a battle with it. When I broke through to the Battle Saint realm, I'll come and find it for a fair battle. If I win, it will submit to me. If I lose, I'll be its human pet. I originally thought that it wouldn't agree, but who knew if its brain had a cramp, it actually agreed. Tan Wu said disdainfully. The Hell Divine Hound was immediately enraged and roared, "This emperor spared your dog life. It's fine if you don't thank this emperor, but you actually scolded this emperor in public? Kid, let me tell you, don't be too arrogant." Idiot. Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Half a month ago, I broke through to the 5-star Battle Saint realm and found an excuse to return to He province to find it for a battle. The result is that you all saw it. My strength and its are considered evenly matched. So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang came to a realization. Yan Wei sized up Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound and said strangely, "Why do I feel that the relationship between the two of you isn't so simple? It seems like there's a kind of enemy, love and hate." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We're enemies." The Hell Divine Hound said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. This emperor is a divine beast with a noble bloodline. How can I love and hate a mere human?" Tan Wu snorted coldly and said, "I also disdain to be enemies with you." "What do you mean? Have I wronged you?" The Hell Divine Hound immediately glared at Tan Wu angrily. "No, it's me who's unworthy," Tan Wu said indifferently. "It's good that you know your place." The Hell Divine Hound sneered. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. This man and beast were clearly enemies. It seemed that when Tan Wu was tortured by the Hell Divine Hound, many interesting things happened. Otherwise this scene wouldn't have appeared now. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face turned solemn. Looking at the man and beast, he asked, "How long have you guys been fighting here?" Tan Wu said, "It should be 10 days. Already fighting for 10 days in a row and you still say it's not love and hate?" Yan Wei rolled his eyes. Hearing that, Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound's expressions both appeared somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1168. These shadows were none other than Ren Duxing and the others. Tan Wu raised his head and glanced at them. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen them before." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "The Magic Dragon Mountain range is vast and boundless. They might not pass by here. And I guess that they should have teleported there directly." Yan Wei said. "Teleport there?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Ren Duxing once entered the Magic Dragon Mountain range and obtained a peerless divine sword. Now that Mu Tianyang has taken over his body, he definitely knows the coordinates of the deeper parts. Yan Wei said. "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then there's no time to lose. Let's continue on our way." Yan Wei nodded. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Peerless divine sword, possession. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tan Wu's face was full of suspicion. What was going on? "Wait for me." Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to disappear at the end of the mountain range, Tan Wu quivered and hurriedly shouted at the two of them, chasing after them. The Hell God Hound was stunned for a moment before chasing after them. At the same time, hearing Tan Wu's voice, Yan Wei turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded to Yan Wei. Yan Wei immediately slowed down. Not long later, Tan Wu chased after them and asked suspiciously, "Where are you guys going?" Yan Wei said, "The deepest part of the Magic Dragon Mountain range." Tan Wu's eyes lit up and said, "Can you bring me along? I've long wanted to go deeper to take a look." "This?" Yan Wei hesitated. Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's very dangerous and we might not even be able to return." "It's fine. Anyway, you're here. If we encounter any danger, just let me go to the castle." Tan Wu smiled and said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "I'm just afraid that I won't have the chance to send you to the castle." "Is it that dangerous?" Tan Wu was bewildered. "Life is unpredictable, who knows?" Qin Feiyang said. At this moment, the Cerberus also caught up. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Can you take me with you?" Qin Feiyang was astonished. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The Hell God Hound said disdainfully, "Am I the kind of person who is afraid of death? You're a dog, not a human." Tan Wu rolled his eyes. The Hell Divine Hound immediately opened its bloody maw and pounced towards Tan Wu. Yan Wei shook his head and smiled. With them accompanying me, I won't be too lonely. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Whoosh. Yan Wei brought 2 people and 1 beast and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the depths like lightning. Brother Qin, why did you say that I joined Lu Xingqian just now? And what peerless divine sword, what possession, what Mu Tianyang, what's going on? At the same time, State City. To the east of the city, there was a desolate canyon. At this moment, one figure after another descended in the sky above the canyon. The leader was a white-haired old man. It was the Imperial Preceptor. Behind the Imperial Preceptor was a group of black-clothed people. There were men and women, old and young. On their chests, there was an extremely eye-catching black skull symbol. Whoosh. Just as the Imperial Preceptor and the others appeared, 2 figures rushed out of the canyon and landed in front of the Imperial Preceptor. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord." Of these 2 people, one was an old man, the other was a middle-aged man. The old man was the previous prefecture chief of his state. The middle-aged man was the current prefecture chief that Qin Feiyang met in the city. And this canyon was where the teleportation altar of his state was located. Very few people knew about it. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the 2 people and asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" The middle-aged man said, "He was in the city not long ago, but I don't know where he is now." The state preceptor's face immediately became filled with a vicious aura that couldn't be dispelled. He gloomily said, "Qin Feiyang is a serious criminal in the capital. You saw him, yet you didn't apprehend him in time and instead allowed him to leave. Do you know that this state preceptor can sentence you to death right now?" "Spare me, Lord." The middle-aged man trembled and hurriedly knelt in the void to beg for mercy. He was also bitter in his heart. Even the people in the capital couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang, let alone his state. But in the face of the Imperial Preceptor's obscene power, he could only endure silently. "Why aren't you investigating? I want to know where he is in an hour. Otherwise, bring your heads to me." The Imperial Preceptor looked at the 2 people and shouted. "Yes." The 2 people responded respectfully. They immediately opened the teleportation gate and appeared in the sky above the city. "How do we find him?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man helplessly. "Calm down. There must be a way." The old man pondered for a moment and asked, "Does Qin Feiyang have any accomplices?" "There is a middle-aged man." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly trembled as he said in surprise, "Yes, it's him." The old man was puzzled. The middle-aged man said, "I saw him fly up from the city and whisper to Qin Feiyang. They should be asking about something." The old man was delighted and said, "This is a clue. Quickly bring people to investigate." "Okay." The middle-aged man nodded and immediately turned to leave. In less than an hour, he returned and said to the old man, "I found it. That middle-aged man is in a restaurant asking for the coordinates of the Magical Dragon Mountain Range." "They're going to the Magical Dragon Mountain Range?" The old man was surprised. "Should be right." The middle-aged man nodded. The old man said in panic, "This is not good. Tan Wu is now in the Magical Dragon Mountain Range." "What? When did that kid come back?" The middle-aged man was surprised. "More than 10 days ago. It seems to be for that hellhound," the old man said. The middle-aged man said angrily, "This brat is too willful. Quickly inform him to be careful of Qin Feiyang." The old man nodded and took out the image crystal. Even the hellhound knew about it. It could be seen that the relationship between these 2 people and Tan Wu was not shallow. At the same time, Magical Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang and the others were flying above a forest as fast as lightning. "Stop!" Tan Wu suddenly shouted. Yan Wei braked and stopped in the air. He turned to look at Tan Wu suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong?" Tan Wu said, "Someone sent me a message. You guys retreat." Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other and quickly retreated to the side. "Humans are really troublesome." The hellhound muttered in dissatisfaction and also retreated to Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei's side. Tan Wu took out the image crystal. Buzz. The image of the old man appeared. "Greetings, master." Tan Wu immediately bowed. The old man asked, "Are you still in the Magical Dragon Mountain Range?" "Yes." Tan Wu nodded. The old man said, "Then how is the battle with the hellhound going?" Tan Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Its cultivation has also become stronger. It is now a 7-star battle saint. If it continues, it should be a situation where both sides suffer. To be able to fight it to a draw in such a short period of time, you are not bad." The old man smiled, his face full of gratification. Then his face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "You have to be careful these few days. What's wrong? Tan Wu asked. The old man said, according to this old man's inquiry, Qin Feiyang may have also entered the magical Dragon Mountain range. Tan Wu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang, who was not far away, and pretended to be surprised. He looked at the old man and asked, why did Qin Feiyang come to the magical Dragon Mountain range? I don't know. But now the Imperial Tutor has personally led people into our He province. He will definitely enter the magical Dragon Mountain range later. If you have nothing else, it's better to come back as soon as possible, the old man said. Imperial Tutor. Tan Wu's eyes focused and he nodded. Understood, this disciple will be careful. That's good. It's not easy for a genius like you to appear in our He province. This old man doesn't want to die prematurely, the old man said with a smile. Tan Wu smiled and said, don't worry, this disciple knows his limits. Yes. The old man nodded, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Tan Wu also put away the image crystal and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, what do we do now? The Imperial Tutor personally brought people here. This was not a small matter and had to be treated carefully. Humph. This old thing, he won't be satisfied until he kills me. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The Hell God Hound hesitated and said, that? This emperor wants to ask, is that Imperial Tutor very strong? Nonsense, he's the teacher of the current emperor. Do you think he's strong or not? Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it. Then how strong is he? If he's not that strong, we'll think of a way to kill him directly, the Hell God Hound said. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. He actually wanted to kill the Imperial Tutor? This guy was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Tan Wu said, listen carefully, the current Imperial Tutor is a false god. What? A false god? The Hell God Hound's eyes widened, filled with shock. Tan Wu said, let's talk about it now. Do you still want to kill him? Just pretend that you didn't hear what I said just now. The Hell God Hound laughed dryly. What a joke. Wasn't it courting death to provoke a false god? Tan Wu rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, if I'm caught by the Imperial Tutor, I'm fine, but you'll definitely be doomed. If he wants to catch me, it won't be that simple. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Tan Wu was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, actually, the Imperial Tutor's arrival is exactly what I'm looking forward to. What do you mean? Tan Wu was surprised. After Ren Duxing was possessed by a wisp of Mu Tianyang's divine consciousness, his methods are very terrifying. With the strength of the few of us, it's not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Therefore, I need someone stronger to deal with him. And this Imperial Tutor is undoubtedly the best candidate. Qin Feiyang sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yan Wei suddenly said, I understand, your goal is to let them fight each other. Yes. If I didn't want people to know my whereabouts, I wouldn't have stood there openly in the capital of He province. And I wouldn't have let you directly use your true face to inquire about the coordinates of the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Yan Wei suddenly understood, shook his head and said with a smile, you deliberately left clues to let them find our whereabouts, and then led them to the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, these two people are not good people. Let them fight first and then we'll come out and reap the benefits in the end. Brilliant. Tan Wu gave a thumbs up. As soon as he entered He province, he began to make arrangements. It seemed that this person was already unwilling to be a chess piece. It was really exciting. We'll see a good show soon. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yan Wei also smiled playfully and continued on his way with two people and one beast. At the same time, outside the capital, in the canyon, Tan Wu's master also told the Imperial Tutor about Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Chapter 1169. Time flew. Night fell again. The demonic Dragon Mountain range was particularly quiet at night. Only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Whoosh! A stream of light cut through the sky and landed on a mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. After landing on the mountain peak, the group immediately turned around and looked at the void behind them. From afar, they could faintly see a blurry light figure rapidly approaching them. Yan Wei frowned. Why is there only one person? Is it not the Imperial Tutor? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he whispered, the demonic Dragon Mountain range is so big they don't know where we are going? They will definitely split up to find us. While they were talking, that light figure was getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang and the rest also restrained their auras to the extreme. Finally, Qin Feiyang saw the person's true face. It was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a strong body and was 1.9 meters tall. The aura exuding from his body was extremely strong. Can you see through his cultivation? Tan Wu asked. Yen Wei shook his head. No. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. His cultivation is definitely not lower than a 5-star combat emperor. What? The 2 men and 1 beast's expression changed. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the 2 men and 1 beast into the ancient castle. Not long after they entered the ancient castle, the middle-aged man did not stop at all and swept across the sky above the mountain peak. Inside the ancient castle. Hello everyone. Tan Wu smiled and greeted Fatso and the rest. Other than the double-winged snow eagle Yen Wei, Phantom Snake Emperor, Viper and Dan Wankai, everyone was considered old acquaintances. So, Fatso and the rest also smiled and nodded at Tan Wu. So strong. When he noticed Viper and Dan Wankai, Tan Wu's pupils constricted slightly. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, They are also your subordinates? Friends? Qin Feiyang said. Tan Wu was slightly taken aback and said emotionally, Your foundation is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Feiyang sighed, It's a pity that my own strength is still not enough to bring it to the table. Tan Wu smiled faintly and said, With your cultivation speed, catching up to them, even surpassing them, is just a matter of time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Tan Wu said, Oh right, how did you determine that person's cultivation just now? The symbol on his chest. Qin Feiyang said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Logo? Tan Wu, Yen Wei and the Hell God Hound looked at each other. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, There's a black skull symbol on his chest. Tan Wu nodded. He had also noticed this. Qin Feiyang said, That's the symbol of the inner hall of the law enforcement hall. Inner hall. Tan Wu was bewildered. Having been in the divine hall for so long, he naturally had a good understanding of the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall was personally controlled by the state preceptor. Every person inside was rather powerful. And the law enforcement hall was also the place that all the disciples of the divine hall did not want to go to the most. Because once they entered the law enforcement hall, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. But he had never heard of the inner hall before. Those law enforcers that you usually see are only people from the outer hall. And the law enforcers of the inner hall are even more mysterious than the law enforcers of the outer hall. They never easily appear in front of people. Because they are death warriors secretly groomed by the emperor and the state preceptor. Each one of them is a 1 in 10,000 ruthless character. They will only appear when there's a particularly major emergency. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. There's actually such a group of people. Tan Wu was tongue-tied. Qin Feiyang said, This muddy water in the imperial capital is deeper than you imagine. Tan Wu asked, Then are they the emperor's trusted aides or the state preceptor's trusted aides? Under the heavens all lands belong to the emperor. Logically speaking, everything in the Great Qin Empire should belong to the emperor, including these law enforcers of the inner hall. In the past I thought so too. But now, after experiencing so many things, I've changed some of my views. I feel that whether it's the people from the outer hall or the law enforcement hall, they should all be the state preceptor's trusted aides. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Tan Wu said in shock, You suspect that the state preceptor wants to usurp the throne? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. Tan Wu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Then what are the conditions to enter the inner hall? Qin Feiyang said, First of all, cultivation. The lowest is a 5-star combat emperor. Tan Wu was secretly speechless. He really did not expect that there was such a mysterious department hidden in the imperial capital. It was so strong that it made people afraid. Qin Feiyang's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Tan Wu and said, I think you should go back. Tan Wu raised his eyebrows. Don't misunderstand. I'm not looking down on you. I'm just afraid of implicating you. If the state preceptor finds out that you're with me, do you know what the consequences will be? Moreover, the people he brought this time are from the law enforcement hall's inner hall. I really don't have the confidence to protect your safety. Qin Feiyang said. Tan Wu's expression was uncertain. The Hell God Hound said, Hey. He's right. If you stay now, not only will you not be able to help him, you will only drag him down. Why do you care? Tan Wu glared at it angrily. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly and said, Don't be unhappy. This emperor is telling the truth. Scram. Tan Wu's face was pitch black and his veins were bulging. TSK, you don't know what's good for you. The Hell God Hound pursed its lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He brought Yen Wei, Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound and left the ancient castle. At the peak of the mountain, dead silence. Qin Feiyang looked at Tan Wu and said with a faint smile, "It's settled then. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Then be careful," Tan Wu warned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "If there's a chance when you meet Uncle Yuan, send my regards to him." "Okay," Tan Wu said with a smile. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yen Wei and said, "Let's go." Yen Wei waved his hand, swept up Qin Feiyang, and disappeared from Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound's line of sight without looking back. The Hell God Hound retracted its gaze and looked at Tan Wu, asking curiously, "What's the background of this Qin Feiyang to actually alarm the current state preceptor?" Tan Wu said, "He's the current emperor's son, the 14th prince. He's known as a monster that doesn't appear in 10,000 years. Fuck." The Hell God Hound's eyes went wide and it exclaimed, "This background isn't small. But since he's the emperor's son, why would he fall out with the emperor like this?" Tan Wu said, "You fierce beasts won't understand the matters of us humans. You're looking down on me?" The Hell God Hound was immediately enraged. "I'm looking down on you. So what?" Tan Wu looked at it provocatively. The Hell God Hound shouted, "Then stop talking nonsense. Come, let's fight another 100 times. I'm not in the mood now." Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it, turned around and returned the way he came. The Hell God Hound stood up and hurriedly chased after him, saying disdainfully, "You're not angry anymore? You're too lousy." Tan Wu was silent. The Hell God Hound said, "Speak, don't pretend to be mute. Aren't you annoying?" Tan Wu was furious. The Hell God Hound waved its paw disdainfully and said, "But then again, although Qin Feiyang has a few war emperors by his side, the people of the law enforcement hall's inner hall are far stronger than them. Moreover, there's the state preceptor, a fake god. Is Qin Feiyang their match? You don't have to worry about that. I understand Qin Feiyang. If he isn't confident, he won't take the risk." Tan Wu smiled confidently. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the Demon Dragon Mountain range, everything began to gradually wake up. Brr, chirp. The roars of the fierce beasts and the sharp cries of the birds resounded in the mountain stream, echoing in the air. Under the lead of Yen Wei, Qin Feiyang was like a meteor, streaking across the sky like lightning, disappearing into the end of the mountain range. With the state preceptor's group leading the way, they almost didn't encounter any fierce beasts along the way. Even if there was, with Yen Wei's current strength, he could easily deal with it. Unknowingly, they had already entered the depths of the Demon Dragon Mountain range. The fierce beasts here were even stronger, almost all of them between the 7-star War Saint and the 9-star War Saint. Occasionally they would encounter a War Emperor-level Beast King. But even here, Qin Feiyang did not sense the mysterious power that was rumored to be able to plunder the life force of living beings. Suddenly, a War Emperor-level Beast King roared out from the mountain stream, opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. It was a red bull with a body of more than 100 feet, like a small mountain, ferocious and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Yen Wei's gaze turned cold. He used the 9 steps of the demon and stepped on the bull's head. Accompanied by a loud crack, the bull's head was split into pieces on the spot. Reckless. Yen Wei snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Shouldn't you be preparing?" "It's time to prepare." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, and a bloody kill word instantly appeared between his eyebrows. His long hair, eyes, and even his skin were drowned in blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, he turned into a killing god, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. At the same time that the kill word was activated, the blood in the bull's body crazily gushed out, continuously flowing into Qin Feiyang's forehead. In less than 3 breaths, the bull's blood was sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, they saw a battlefield. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the earth was cracked. But in the middle of the battlefield, there was a War Emperor-level Beast King lying on the ground. It was a huge black tiger, but it was already dead, its entire body dripping with blood. According to the wound, the giant tiger should have been dead for 3 to 4 hours. As for how it died, it was easy to imagine that it must have died at the hands of the inner hall's law enforcers. Although this giant tiger had the cultivation of a war emperor, its corpse was not of much value to those law enforcers. Because as the law enforcers of the inner hall, they had resources and wealth, so they did not care about this at all. However, to Qin Feiyang this was a great treasure. The blood in the giant tiger's body had all been absorbed by him. His aura had also become stronger and stronger, and the murderous aura that exuded from his body had also become more and more astonishing. As for whether or not the Imperial Tutor would discover his aura, he was not worried at all. Because, whether it was the Imperial Tutor or the law enforcers of the inner hall, they were all faster than Yen Wei. Perhaps the Imperial Tutor and the others had already entered deeper into the Magic Dragon Mountain range. So, Chapter 1170. While Qin Feiyang was frantically stacking his cultivation base, in the deepest part of the demonic Dragon Mountain range, a group of people was standing in front of a huge stone stele. The one in the lead was Ren Duxing. Dong Qing, Zhang Jin, and the 4 sacred beasts stood respectfully on the left and right sides. The 3 people and 4 sacred beasts stared at the stone stele in front of them with heavy expressions. That stone stele was several hundred zhang tall, its entire body as white as jade. From afar it looked like a giant sword that pierced the sky. And on the stone stele there were several lines of words. Demonic Dragon Mountain Ranges Hinterland Intruders Die. Every word seemed to be made of fresh blood, exuding a shocking murderous aura. Behind the stone tablet was an endless stretch of mountains and rivers. But inside the mountain range there was no vegetation, no fierce beasts, not even a bug. There were only piles of white bones, dead silence. Zhang Jin retracted his gaze and looked respectfully at Ren Duxing, asking, "My lord, where did Dong Qing get that battle sword in her hand?" "It's here." Ren Duxing pointed at the stone stele and said. Then he leaped into the air and stood on top of the stone stele. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts exchanged a glance and also leaped into the air, landing beside Ren Duxing. Immediately, they saw a crack in the middle of the stone stele. Ren Duxing said, "That battle sword was stuck in that crack in the past." Dong Qing asked suspiciously, "Who left it behind?" "I don't know." Ren Duxing shook his head. Zhang Jin was puzzled. "Then why are we here this time?" Ren Duxing said, "After I escaped, I came to this place. There is a giant mountain in the depths of the hinterland, and there is a cloud of black fog floating on top of it. The aura emitted by that black fog even scared me." "What?" Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts paled. "Of course. If I was at my peak, that black fog shouldn't be a threat to me," Ren Duxing said again. Zhang Jin asked, "Then did you see what was inside that black fog?" "No. I couldn't get close." Ren Duxing shook his head. "Not even this sword?" With a wave of her hand, Dong Qing summoned her crimson sword. Ren Duxing said, "I've tried, but the power of the sword can only help me reach the foot of the mountain, not the peak." Dong Qing said, "Do you mean that there might be some kind of treasure at the top of the mountain?" "It's not a supreme treasure. It's a demon." Ren Duxing's eyes sparkled. "Demon?" Zhang Jin and the others looked at each other. "Yes. There is a mysterious power that can steal the life force of living beings in the hinterland. As for this power, it came from that black fog." Ren Duxing said. "Plunder the life force of living beings." Zhang Jin and the other 2, as well as the 4 saint beasts, turned pale with fright. The sacred monkey asked suspiciously, "Master, since the sword can't help us reach the peak, why are we here now?" "It didn't work in the past, but that doesn't mean it won't work now. Because I now have another divine artifact in my hands," Ren Duxing said. The sacred monkey asked, "Master, are you talking about magic crystals?" "That's right. With 2 divine artifacts in hand, I don't believe that we can't reach the peak." Ren Duxing's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he led the 2 people and 4 saint beasts into the hinterland. Entering the hinterland, Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 saint beasts immediately felt a mysterious power enveloping them. The life force in their bodies began to drain away immediately. Ren Duxing shouted, "Give me the sword." Dong Qing waved her hand, erased the blood contract in the crimson sword, and then handed it to Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing grabbed the sword, cut his finger, and dripped his blood to bind it. Immediately after, a wisp of divine sense flew out from the top of his head and merged into the sword. Clang! The sword suddenly recovered, emitting a dazzling divine light, and its divine power spread in all directions. The sacred monkey's expression changed and it hurriedly said, "Master, you can't use divine sense to recover the divine artifact." The sacred eagle also said anxiously, "Yes, you only have a wisp of divine sense. If it is consumed, you will be destroyed." "Don't worry. After all these years of cultivation, my wisp of divine sense has already grown, and now it is about to condense a divine soul. It's not a problem to recover the divine artifact temporarily," Ren Duxing said. "It's about to condense a divine soul." The four saint beasts looked at each other, overjoyed. Rin Duxing looked at the peak of the giant mountain and his eyes flashed. Clang! The sword in his hand flew out and floated above his head, buzzing and trembling. Sword chi surged, and in an instant, a barrier of more than 10 feet appeared, protecting the 3 people and 4 saint beasts inside. The moment the barrier appeared, they immediately felt that the mysterious power that was robbing their life force disappeared. The hinterland of the demonic Dragon Mountain range was also very large. The group of people flew for a full hour before they saw a huge mountain peak. The giant mountain was thousands of feet tall, and it was located in the center of a plain in front of them. It was dark red, like a blood-stained magic sword, emitting a pungent smell of blood. At the foot of the giant mountain, there were piles of bones like Azura hell. I didn't expect such a terrifying place to exist in a mere He province. Looking at the sea of bones, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were full of fear. Rin Duxing said, "Don't underestimate any place, and in the Great Qin Empire, there are more dangerous places than here." Where? The two were surprised. The Sea of Reincarnation. "Even I don't dare to set foot in that sea," Rin Duxing said. The two couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. One must know. Their master was a true god of war when he was alive, and even he couldn't set foot in it easily. How terrifying was the so-called Sea of Reincarnation? Most importantly, they had never heard of this Sea of Reincarnation before. Rin Duxing said, "The Sea of Reincarnation is located in the extreme north of the imperial capital, and it's boundless. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see it." After saying that, Rin Duxing waved his hand and led the 2 men and 4 beasts to land on the ground, stepping on countless bones and walking towards the giant mountain. Zhang Jin said, "Why don't we just fly up? You can't fly within half a mile of the giant mountain, so you can only walk there. Look there." Rin Duxing pointed to a certain place at the foot of the mountain. The 2 men and the 4 beasts looked over and saw an ancient stone staircase. It was like a giant python, winding and twisting, climbing up the giant peak all the way to the peak. "Can't fly?" Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows and tried to fly. A terrifying gravity suddenly pressed down on him. He panicked and hurriedly returned to the ground. Rin Duxing glanced at him and didn't say anything. A few hundred breaths later, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Crack! An ear-piercing crisp sound suddenly rang out. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw that a crack had appeared on the barrier protecting them, and that terrifying mysterious force swarmed in through the crack. They immediately felt that the vitality in their bodies was crazily draining away like running water. For a moment, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing panicked. The 4 sacred beasts used to be pseudo-god-level existences, but at this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. Rin Duxing's expression was also extremely solemn. He made a prompt decision. He took out the demon crystal and inserted a wisp of divine sense into it. Boom! The demon crystal suddenly emitted a black light and floated in the air, floating next to the red battle sword. Demonic power surged. Immediately after, wisps of black air gushed out from the demon crystal and rushed towards the crack. Although he had 2 divine artifacts in hand, Rin Duxing didn't dare to be careless at all, because he didn't know if these 2 divine artifacts could block the erosion of that mysterious force. He looked at the crack nervously. As the black air continued to pour in, the crack slowly began to shrink. However, although the crack was being repaired, he still didn't dare to take it lightly, because in this place, anything could happen. Time passed breath by breath. More than 10 breaths later, the crack was finally repaired, and the surging mysterious force was blocked outside. It wasn't until this moment that Rin Duxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Qing, Zhang Jin, and the 4 sacred beasts were dripping with cold sweat all over. When the crack was being repaired, they even almost collapsed. Could be seen how nervous they were. Moreover, it was in this short period of time that more than half of the vitality in their bodies was robbed by that mysterious force, and they looked very old. That was close. If that crack couldn't be repaired, I'm afraid everyone would have to die here. What the hell is that thing? Zhang Jin looked at the peak of the mountain, his face full of fear. "Let's go." Rin Duxing took a deep breath, waved his hand, and took the lead to step on the stone stairs and walked up. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts quickly followed. At this time, if they left the protection of the barrier, they would die. In another place, the national master stood on the peak of a giant mountain looking around. His heart was in a mess and his eyes were gloomy to the extreme. This place was not far from the deepest part of the magical Dragon Mountain range. Suddenly, He raised his hand and waved, and a wave of false god power surged into the sky, and then exploded like fireworks. Whoosh! A man in black came through the air and landed in front of the National Master. "How is it?" the National Master asked. The man in black shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything." Whoosh! Before his voice died away, another man in black came from another direction and landed on the peak of the mountain. The state preceptor patiently asked, "Do you have any clues?" "I'm incompetent." The man in black lowered his head and said. Although there was no direct answer, it was enough to explain everything. Whoosh! Following closely. The other law enforcers also came to join them. The answer was no. Where did that little bastard go? The National Master was annoyed. An old man in black said, "Could he have left the magical Dragon Mountain range through the portal?" "Left?" The National Master raised his eyebrows. This possibility couldn't be ruled out. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and shouted, "Continue to go deeper." The old man in black said, "Sir, if we continue to search blindly like this, we might be wasting time." The National Master looked at the old man in black and said expressionlessly, "Haven't you noticed that this mountain range is not simple?" "Not simple?" The old man in black frowned. The National Master said in a deep voice, "Amir He province has so many battle sage and battle emperor level beasts, isn't there something fishy about this?" "That's right. The beasts here are indeed ridiculously strong." After being reminded by the National Master, the law enforcers finally reacted. There should be some secret hidden in the deepest part of the magical Dragon Mountain range, and Qin Feiyang should have entered the magical Dragon Mountain range for this. So, no matter where he is hiding now, as long as we get there first, he won't be able to escape. Unless he has really left. The National Master said. Everyone nodded. Whoosh! Following closely.